Good morning, Vancouver. Good morning, everybody live online. There's so many of you live online, so hi. I know you can see me on the screen somewhere. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Vancouver. It's a good Vancouver Friday morning that is raining. You just know that the world is good and you're loved when you arrive in Vancouver and it's raining. So of course, everyone is late and they're trying to find parking and they got lost and all the good stuff. So people are swimming in, which is nice, but the people online are sitting on their chairs going, we are all here. So we'll kind of start getting going as people are still registering and coming back in. But welcome to our start of the Black Business Summit, the first ever Black Business Summit in Canada, in person. Isn't that lovely? We have award shows and we have all that lovely stuff, but we don't have a Black Business Summit. And the last 2 years, we had it online. So this is the first time we are sold out, 250 people in person. And online, we have about 2,000 registrations. So we're going to get a lot of people moving in and out, which is going to be really, really great. But we're just kind of starting on now, which is fantastic. So as I start today, I am honored to introduce to you Marina. Matthew, where's Marina? Right here. So Marina is going to be our host for the entire event. And Marina has done amazing, amazing things in the world. And she is a multidisciplinary cultural. That's Marina. She's beautiful. She represents the Caribbean. She's from Haiti originally, but she's Canadian, from Montreal. So she flew in to just help us actually get this going. And she's got a lot of energy. So she's going to get you all really pumped up and excited to be doing this. She's an amazing host. So she hosts a lot and speaking and all that good stuff. And she lives in Montreal, has been there for, I think, all of her life. She'll come and tell you her stories. I have no doubt that you're going to be in really great hands with her. She's going to pump us up. She's going to lead us through the day. She keeps time. So all of you will have to keep your time if you're doing anything. And we'll all listen to her and she'll guide us through with joy and excitement through this summit. So I am happy to welcome Marina. Hello, Marina.
Yay. Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Well, hi. I saw Jackie was talking to you and was not moving around because, you know, energy is starting to get in. We need your energy to be very much way up. So how are you doing? Yes. Again, how are you doing? Amazing. Okay. Donc, merci beaucoup, Jackie. C'est un honneur pour moi d'être parmi vous. Ce que Jackie a oublié de mentionner, c'est que je parle 5 langues. French, français, English, as I speak, Portuguese, Espanol, and a little bit of, actually a lot of Haitian Creole because I was born and raised in Haiti and I'm wearing all Haiti with me today. Very grateful for my country. So, if ever you need me to be answering your questions or translating anything for you in French or English, let me know. And I'll be able to translate it. So Alex, I think Jackie's mic is still on because I can hear her in the back. Thank you so much. So the summit this year, they wanted to be as bilingual as possible. So as I was mentioning, if you have any questions in the chat or in person in French or English, I will be happy to translate it as we go. Are we clear on that? Yeah? I need you to shake your head and be with me because I'm with a lot of energy here. If you haven't noticed, I'm that type of person, okay? So keep being engaged, looking at me. I'm not scared of your eyes, okay? Thank you. So now, first, before we get into anything else, this event will be recorded. So if you have any problems with videos or photos, it's time to go back to registration and ask for a little red dot that can be put on your name tag so the photographer knows to delete you or not take you whenever they're taking pictures, and for the videos not to take you either. For anybody on stage today, sorry, it's too late. You've agreed to be part of this event. So you're going to be recorded, and there are people online listening to us right now from all over the world. So we can say a little hi to them. Hi. Yes, yes. I have a very, very good colleague from BBC who's going to help me out. Andrea, you can say hi too. So Andrea is going to give me all the pictures from people, all the questions from the people online. And if ever there are any glitches, she'll be the one noticing so we can make sure this is going well. So far, nothing has happened except that we're late, but is this really something, knowing the communities we're dealing with? We're really trying to make it on time and respect your time. That's why we started. And I can guarantee you we have a lot in store for you today. So before we get to further information about the event, I think it's important for us to take a minute to situate ourselves. As you know, this is something, if ever you were traveling and you don't know really much how we do it in Canada, I discovered land acknowledgement here in Vancouver because I was traveling a lot in Quebec and they weren't there yet, actually recognizing we're unceded territories. But when I got to Vancouver, I really realized the importance of it. And we are very grateful that we have Chief Janice George, who will be giving us this land acknowledgement. So I'll leave the stage to her.
Tanoia bin sequato, ayas chop tanoia, japemia siam koshamensna, tinachent las nak, as kahop mish uhomeoch, on wanachten squalwin. On wanachten squalwin, I'm here with a respectful heart, and I said peace to every one of you here this morning. I am Japemia Siam. My English name is Chief Janice George, and I'm a hereditary chief from the Squamish Nation. And I'm so honored to welcome you to this space. It just reminds me so much of how the people work, how our people work. Chen Chen Stwait, and it's something that we're always taught. It's one of the foundational teachings of our people, and that's holding each other up. I commend you on the work that you're doing, and I urge you and encourage you, as our elders say, I urge you and encourage you to keep up your good work and work together, open heart and open mind, working together for the better of us all. So I just say, I encourage you on your work today. I hope the ancestors are with you to whisper in your ear the things that you need to hear and fill your heart with the things that you need to feel. Ocean.
Isn't that so inspiring? I feel my ancestors whispering in my ears. Do you? Do you even notice sometimes when they talk to you? Yes, and the wind and the music and the food. Whenever I eat a good Haitian du jonjon, I remember my grandma. She used to do it best. So thank you so much, Chief Janice George, from the Squamish Nation for welcoming us today and every day on this land. So are you ready to get this day really started? Oh my God, no, they're not ready. We need to work on this. Somebody please give these people some juice or something. Let's start this again. Let's start this again. Are you ready to get this day really started? Yes, people online have to understand they're missing something here. Hello. So you are in for a treat. I can guarantee it. BBC's team has been working tirelessly. When I say tirelessly, until sometimes 3 a.m. Pacific time, so imagine Eastern time, to put together an event to inspire and educate each and every one of you to help you drive your success as entrepreneurs and business owners. This year's summit theme, as you can see on the screen, is the power of us facing the future together. Because we all know, you've heard that proverb already, when we're alone, problems seem unsurmountable. But together, Black entrepreneurs are unstoppable. Yes or no? Yes. Amazing. So this summit is in partnership with the Canadian Association of Urban Financial Professionals and the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers. Obviously, it's the BBC Summit, so you can see the logo here. And this year's Black Business Summit, the first of its kind in Canada. Okay, yes. You're starting to get the energy. I love that. It could not have been possible without the help of our sponsors. So we want to start this day by thanking them because we're bathing in gratefulness today and every day. So thank you sincerely for your support. Black Opportunity Fund, BDC, TD, RBC, NRF, CABL, TELUS, SFU, Vancouver Foundation, NBC, and Innovate BC. Yes, yes. So as you know, visual arts are a very important part of the Black culture, and it was only fitting to use this moment to inspire one of them. I am happy to introduce our next guest, the first real guest of the day. You're stuck with me all day, so it's not really a guest thing. I'm not leaving. The real guest of the day, who will be with us throughout the summit, sharing his craft with us. He will be located in the atrium outside, and you must have seen his art piece already, and he's going to be creating a whole new piece based on the conversations. Well, you know what? Let's just introduce him, and then he'll tell you what he does. Yes or no? Yes. Amazing. So please, a round of applause for Sylvester Haguda coming on stage right away. Over here. I can hold this for you.
Thank you, Marina. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. Such an honor. My name is Sylvester Aguda. I am a mixed media and collage artist. And before now, I used to work with British American Tobacco. I worked with Procter & Gamble. And I'm sure you'll be wondering why an artist has worked with such companies. As a kid, I was always drawing, and my dad just goes, "Emily, this boy is drawing again." And when he asked me, when I got to the time to select a course in the university, say, "So what course are you going to do?" And I said, I was going to do fine art. "Emily, talk to your son. He should go and learn a professional course." And I'm wondering, fine art is a professional course. So I went and I did the course. I did business administration. I graduated and I specialized in marketing. So I told Daddy, I've got a certificate. But I stand in this room to say I'm very proud and I'm happy that I studied business administration, because today I sell my own art. I'm an entrepreneur. I started my business 6 years ago. I have no formal training in arts. I've never had the opportunity to sit in any classroom where they teach arts. And I'm happy that this event is holding in this institution, because when I came around, I could connect. Maybe I will come back here. But I think I'm really blessed with what I do. Very, very blessed. I use pieces of paper, fabric, material, bones, anything I can lay my hands on. And today, I'm happy to tell you that we are all going to create an artwork together.
Yes!
Yes. We're all going to create an artwork together. So while I was in business school, I took the opportunity to win the market. There was no art student in my business school apart from one girl who was my problem. So to cut the long story short, I'm happy to tell you that I married my competition. And she's here in this room with me today, Bukola. So that is what it's all about. We are here to win together. You can't do it alone. And this canvas, by the end of today, is going to have all our energy, all our ideas. We're going to pass a piece of paper around, and please just write a reflection of what your business will be when you leave this summit. Those little pieces of things you write, just put your initials on it, and we are going to use them. That is how you're going to contribute to my art. So I just want to say a big thank you for this opportunity, Jackie, and your team. You're doing an amazing work. This is just the beginning of great things. We are all going to be owners of businesses, and we are going to expand beyond the boundaries of this place. Thank you very much. And for everybody online, welcome. I'm sure you have a great time. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sylvester. Isn't this amazing? Do you see what's on the screen right now? Like, what exactly? What? Girl, like, and we're gonna be doing that? Who? Me? Well, I'm very grateful we have Sylvester on site with us, who's gonna be really guiding us through art, because let's be real, our community creates. Our community are like, we're trailblazers. We make movements, we make things happen, and we are very creative. And that's why I think that it was fundamental to have some art pieces going around and to have an artist perform for us throughout the event. So please go get your pieces of paper, write something that inspires you, and obviously, you might win the piece. That's the whole goal. So the idea is that, you all get some raffle tickets throughout the day. I'll talk about this a little later in details, but with those raffle tickets, the big prize is gonna be this art piece, and we're gonna give it away at the gala, the sit-down dinner, the last day. Now, BBC and its partners has a lot in stores for us, and there's so much to unpack here for day one. So as I said, buy your raffle tickets at the entrance. You can go in the registration and you can get them either with your card or cash. We take all of what you can give, and we do have some prizes we're gonna give. Either it be books, either it be the art piece, as I mentioned. So don't hesitate to go buy your tickets. Now, in the agenda, we have an overview. So we're coming along really close to the first major piece of the day. Can somebody guess what it is? Jackie, I'm trying here. These people need to know. So here's an overview of all of the exciting things we're gonna do today. First, leading us in the first day of the summit, we have an incredible keynote speaker, the inspiring Simone Saunders. Round of applause for her, even if, yeah. Okay. Second, we have great sessions with impactful speakers coming from all over Turtle Island. In the morning, there will be one panel on creating connections and building bridges. In the afternoon, we will talk about building wealth. We know how important wealth is, you know, and our communities, and on resilience and reinvention, more specifically on ways to overcome hardships and challenges, because there are many in this life and beyond. So let's make sure we have the tools. All of this rich programming with a sprinkle of entertainment through and lunch. Yes, no, she's already clapping. That's the type of energy. I'm with you. So we did reunite a bunch of Black and people of color food vendors in order for you to really be treated with excellent food. So lunch is also coming. Don't forget to get involved, right? Ask questions, participate, especially online. I want to make sure that we do get your questions. We do hear you. I'm looking everywhere because there's a camera here. There's another one here. So hi, make sure that you do ask your questions. We'll get to them every single session. So now, I wouldn't want this to happen and for nobody to hear about it. So I'm gonna do my auntie now. My friends call me auntie and I'm 30, so I'm gonna do my auntie now. Please share your experience. N'hésitez pas à faire connaître ce merveilleux événement sur les réseaux sociaux. Sans votre contribution, impossible de faire connaître et de continuer à le faire année après année. You each have this specific flyer in your little gift bag or little thing that you received at the entrance, and the Wi-Fi is in there. No excuses in terms of sharing, n'est-ce pas? Okay, thank you. So if you're on Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn, please share your photos and videos with the world, and don't forget to use the hashtag Black Business Summit and follow us and tag us at BBC Society, it would be rude, very rude, not to share this amazing day with the world, don't you think? And nobody wants to be rude. Okay, thank you. Perfect. If you're online, everyone online, this is your time. Please network and engage with other summit attendees in our live chat below. So you see it here. And feel free to join in on the convo and get to know the other attendees tuning in from all across the world. In the sidebar of the chat, you'll see different groups. So day one, panel 2, et cetera. You can ask questions, see panelists, and even start private chats with them. So business opportunities are there for you. Please reach out to our people so they can support you if you have any questions. We do have some etiquette though. We don't want to be rude online either. So we recommend the following. Turn off your iPhone or phone in general and anything that will distract you. We're at a summit here. That applies to you too, but you know, I don't need to say it for you to know it, right? Oh my God, we're losing you. No, we're not losing you. Hey, hi, hello, are you here? Okay, perfect. Get comfortable and be prepared to take notes because it's a learning summit. The goal is for you to get out of here with tips, tricks, skills, listen, contacts, opportunities, even money for the Blackfish contestants. It's tomorrow, but you get what I'm trying to say. When asking questions in the Q&A online, please be respectful. We're really doing the best we can to get everybody to contribute as much as possible. Je pense avoir tout couvert, mais si j'ai oublié quelque chose, sachez que les bénévoles sont là pour vous aider. If you have any doubts, any questions in terms of the, housekeeping rules, all volunteers with orange lanyards are here to help you out. So, to kick off the day and to introduce our first keynote, I would like for you all to welcome a woman who has inspired me from the moment I met her over 3 years ago now. She does not sit down to wait for opportunities to come. She gets up and makes them. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome back on stage Jackie Cassandi, founder of BBC.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Well done. That was good. Hey, everyone. There's 2,300 people signed up online and you crashed our website. So be patient with us as we get all the powers to work because you crashed our website. It's a good problem to have. So I am excited to introduce Simone Saunders as our keynote today, as people are still coming in slowly by slowly. So Simone Saunders is a seasoned and compassionate social worker, registered social worker, and a therapist, content creator. If you're online, you've known or seen or heard Simone, and she does really good work there. She's a speaker. She's dedicated to fostering mental health community within our Black community, BIPOC communities, and she has a wealth of experience in the field and has emerged as a trusted advocate in this field in terms of committed to breaking barriers, and we know that this is a huge issue in our community specifically. She's the founder and director of the Cognitive Corner. Simone has established a culturally responsive and trauma-informed group of psychological practice. We all need a therapist. We do. Just putting it out there, we do. And so with all that good work, she's unique and empathetic. She's a clinical approach to and prioritizes cultural sensitive interventions, which is really, really important. As a transparent advocate, she openly shares her experience with therapy, mental health, navigating ADHD as a Black woman and entrepreneur. Through engaging content creation and compelling speaking engagements, Simone strives to make mental health information accessible and relatable. I need a therapist. Beyond her practice, Simone actively engages in advocacy, promoting inclusivity, representation in mental health spaces. She's a trailblazer, basically. So we just need to hear from Simone today. And I'm very excited to welcome her. She flew in to come and speak with us today. And she's going to open up our minds to so few good things. So it's my pleasure to welcome Simone Saunders. Hi, Simone. Welcome.
Hi. Good to see you.
Welcome. All
Thank
right.
you so much. Good morning, everyone. Marina was right. We need a little bit more juice in here. Good morning, everyone. Amazing. This is supposed to be all about community. So I want to take a second, look to your left, look to your right. You probably have strangers around you right now, but ideally, at the end of this, we're all supposed to be a community. So let's say a good morning to everybody here. Good morning. Good morning. Amazing. Good morning. Amazing. I flew in from Calgary last night. Who else is from out of province here? Okay, so quite a few of you. Amazing. I'm excited to be here today, and I want to give a shout out first and foremost to Jackie BBC for this incredible event. I know that they've been working tirelessly on this, and I know that we're in store for 2 days of learning, connection, community, and so much inspiring conversation. So let's put our hands together for BBC and Jackie and her team. All right, so to introduce myself, my name is Simone Saunders, and I am the director of the Cognitive Corner, which is a group psychological practice that focuses on affirmative and inclusive care. I'm a content creator, I'm a therapist, I'm a registered social worker. And something that I found is being a therapist is a lot like being a comedian, a stand-up comedian. You have to really read the room a lot. There's a lot of awkward silences. But I would say the key difference is that when clients leave the session, typically they want to have learned something. They're hoping to feel a little bit better. So I say that to say, if at the end of this, you feel a little bit better, you've learned something, know that I bill by the hour. So to start off, I know one of the things that I've learned is that a lot of times you can have a lot of tension that is sort of trapped unconsciously in the body. So I want to take a moment to sort of release that together. So what that means is that for me, especially when I get stressed, my shoulders, they kind of hike up to my ears, and I notice that my neck gets really sore and tense, my traps get really sore and tense. I notice that I clench my jaw. So my mouth guard wears at night, you might be able to resonate with that a little bit. So I want to lead you in a few exercises. And of course, they're all an invitation and not an obligation. But the first one is having to do with your jaw. I know some of you are still eating, but I want you to just open your jaw and move it side to side. Might feel a little bit weird, might look a little bit funky, and around. And then we're going to go to our shoulders. You can hike up your shoulders up to your ears and release. And then again, this time we're going to breathe in through our nose and release. And one more time in through our nose and release. You can roll your shoulders out a little bit. And then the last one we're going to do is we're going to do a few breaths. So on our inhale, we're going to inhale through our nose again for 4 counts. We're going to hold it for 4 counts, and then we're going to exhale through our mouth for 4 counts. So on the inhale, you should feel your belly expand, and on the exhale, you should feel your belly contract. So I'll breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold. 2, 3, 4, and exhale. 2, 3, 4. One more in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4, and exhale. 2, 3, 4. How'd that feel? I didn't hear you. How did that feel? Felt good? Amazing. So, as I said, I am a therapist. I'm a content creator. I'm the director of the Cognitive Corner. And today I just want to have an honest conversation about Black mental health, community, and how it relates to how we show up in business spaces and our collective journeys of entrepreneurship. So I'll start by telling you a little bit about myself and my journey and how I ended up here. And we can use my story as a little bit of a case study. So late in 2019, I was working in community mental health, and I had noticed that mental health education had slowly started to creep in and trickle into social media. One of the key aspects that I noticed was that there wasn't very many people of color or racialized people on social media in this space. So I figured that I would start producing the information that I was looking for. And so I started the official Instagram page and Facebook page of the Cognitive Corner. So that is the day that I created it. So initially, I didn't have my name attached. I didn't have any photos or information about myself, which is ironic if you think about it, because I had wanted to see more racialized representation, but then I didn't want to show myself as the creator of that. But I continued to make infographics with information about trauma and general mental wellness. And at the beginning of this journey, I had folks who said that it's cringy for therapists to be on Instagram in this way, and sort of questioned, why am I doing all of this work for nothing? And part of that actually rang true for me. I did feel cringy. I felt weird being on the internet and spending hours making infographics for my 100 followers to see. But slowly over time, my page started to grow, and I cultivated relationships with other mental health content creators, and eventually attached my name and face to the profile. And I remember this day. I remember feeling so incredibly vulnerable, and a lot of the what ifs sort of crossed my mind. What if people think you're weird? What if people think that you're not educated enough to be doing this? What if people think that you're too young? What if, what if, what if? Now, as far as consistency goes, I didn't post every day. I definitely took breaks, and definitely had months where I stopped posting and honestly didn't really know if I would go back. I was nowhere near being in private practice, which was my goal at the time. And I didn't really know my why anymore. And I felt like I was putting in so much labor for what felt like nothing. Eventually, I kept going. I started doing workshops as a result of connections that I'd made through family and social media, and eventually started showing my face more. February 2021 rolled around, and I decided to download TikTok and started making videos. So at first, I never spoke in my videos. They all kind of looked like this. And again, the reason was because of a lot of the what ifs that sort of rolled around in my head constantly. But little by little, I started speaking. My TikTok account started increasing in followers at a rapid pace, and I found myself in a position where I was getting constant emails about when my private practice would be opening. At this time, I had everything set up for my private practice. I had a website, I had a 5-year plan dreamt up with the help of my dad, and I was in the process of interviewing for a full-time job so that I could slowly start private practice within 6 to 8 months. So at this point, I had a decision to make. I could start private practice now and sort of take the leap, or I could wait the 6 to 8 months and take the full-time job. And I decided to jump. Since then, 3 years ago, my practice of 1 has grown into a team of 7. The 100 followers that I posted for has turned into a community. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The 100 followers that I posted for initially turned into an online community of close to 250,000. The cognitive corner has been featured in the news multiple times, and the version of myself that was scared to attach my name and my face to a profile has grown into a woman that films herself nearly every single day. Now, that is the sparkly version of my story. The not so shiny version includes a lot of tears, a lot of exhaustion, and burnout at the hands of hyperindependence. Throughout my journey, relying on the community and asking for help has been one of the most difficult things and difficult lessons for me to learn. So, show of hands, who here has been called a strong Black man, strong Black woman, strong Black person before? Okay, absolutely. In the Black community especially, being strong has been sort of a badge of honor that's often placed of us. But have we really stepped back and stopped to think about what that really means? What does strong really mean when people refer to us as that? Often the strong Black person archetype is someone who's minimally affected by life's challenges, someone who could do a lot of the heavy lifting alone, someone who's stoic, easygoing, and if they do struggle, they do so quietly and quickly. Earlier, I used the term hyper-independent, and that is a term used to describe a pattern of behavior for people who have a difficult time receiving support, even to the detriment of their health and well-being. So Black people, especially entrepreneurs, are more prone to mental health problems for a few reasons, and hyper-independence. So number one is that mental health is quite stigmatized in the Black community, as I'm sure that we all know. A study completed in Ontario within the Black community in 2020, so only 4 years ago, noted that 66% of participants believed that most people would think less of someone who is affected by a mental illness. 66%. Additionally, 40% of participants believed that seeking treatment for a mental health issue is a sign of a personal failure. And that's a large portion of, this research group, especially for 2020. So to put this into perspective, just imagine if you were really, really struggling with your mental health, if you could go back in a time in your mind where you were really struggling with your mental health, and you had a group of 10 loved ones to whom you could confide in. But here's a catch. 7 of them will think less of you if you shared. You don't know which ones, but for sure, 7 of them would think less of you. Hands up, who here would take the leap and disclose? Okay, a couple. So that is how the strong Black person who silently struggles with their mental health is born. I only saw a few hands. Another reason Black entrepreneurs are more likely to struggle with hyperindependence is because of the way that society functions. So you may have been told or heard the notion before that you have to work twice as hard to get half as far. And statistically, that's true. Black people are less likely to receive loans or venture capital funding. The racial wealth gap makes Black folks less likely to have a close network of people who have a high income or ability to invest monetarily to their business ventures. Black folks often have less access to information that helps businesses succeed, whether that be through networking, formal education, or otherwise. And lastly, racial bias comes into play when it comes to having a profitable business and selling products. So we know business ownership, career advancement, and entrepreneurship are difficult for Black people and as Black people. This is already statistically proven. As I mentioned earlier, receiving help and support has been really difficult for me personally. It has easily been one of the most difficult lessons to learn in my life so far. And I've been guilty of thinking that I can do this without anybody's help and without anybody to support me in meaningful ways. And if I could do that, then it somehow means more if I can just do it by myself. And that comes from a place of ego, place of woundedness. But there have been pivotal points throughout the last year, especially, that have debunked that thought for me. There was a few moments this past year where, from an outside perspective, I was doing really well. The business was growing and I was succeeding on paper. The perfectionist and hyper-independent part of me didn't want to relinquish control. And so I ended up tired, burnt out, and emotionally exhausted. And there was multiple times where I had the thought that I just wanted to walk away from everything completely. And although this is my experience, this is also reflective of the experience of so many other entrepreneurs. A study completed by the University of Berkeley reported that 72% of entrepreneurs self-reported having mental health difficulties. 72%. Now, we don't know how many within that study is Black entrepreneurs, but we can hypothesize that the number would be much, much higher because Black people are 20% more likely to experience serious psychological distress than white folks. So as a therapist, one of the most common difficulties that I see with folks is that they often believe that they're the only one, or very one of few experiencing the challenges that they've faced. So this is a result of mental health stigma and the absence of important mental health conversations, which leaves us feeling alone and isolated. And once again, reinforcing the notion of hyperindependence. So I want to try an experiment. If everyone could raise their hand and either close your eyes or tilt your head down, I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I encourage you to be as honest as possible. If you know someone who has had challenges with their mental health, keep your hand raised. Keep your hand raised or raise it again if you've ever experienced feelings of anxiety, whether that's about your personal life or your business. Keep your hand raised or raise it again if you've ever experienced difficulties with sleep, whether that's oversleeping, undersleeping, or difficulties falling asleep. Keep your hand raised or raise it again if you've ever felt isolated as an entrepreneur or just within your field of choice. Keep your hand raised or raise it again if you've ever experienced imposter syndrome, so those feelings of doubting your abilities, skills, and feeling unsure about your place in your field. Feel free to open your eyes and look around the room. Lots of hands raised. You can put your hand down. You can skip the arm workout for today. The purpose of this experiment is simply to show you that you're not alone. Regardless of how many hands were left at the end, which there were a lot, to varying degrees, everybody in this room struggles. Some with anxiety, some with depression, some with loneliness, self-doubt. Yet, even though most of us struggle with the impacts of mental health, statistically, only 25% of Black folks who experience mental health difficulties will access mental health care. And that's a fairly low number. When we decide to ignore mental health difficulties, it of course can impact our lives in a negative way. We increase our risk to chronic illness. We often experience physical health difficulties like headaches, digestive issues, body tension, and more. My personal specialization as a therapist is in somatic therapy. And so what that means simply is sort of the connection between the mind and body. And one of the pieces of information that folks find to be the most astounding is how often their physical health difficulties are connected to their unaddressed mental health difficulties. So when our nervous system is activated, it releases a hormone called cortisol. It's our stress hormone. And while it's an important hormone, our bodies weren't designed to have cortisol running through our body at a frequent or prolonged rate. So if it's released too frequently, it can cause adverse effects. So some of the ways that stress can affect our physical body is in our brain through concentration, anxiety, depression, moodiness, and brain fog. It can affect our cardiovascular system by giving us high cholesterol, high blood pressure, and increased risk of heart attack and strokes. It can affect our joints and our muscles by causing tension, inflammation, aches, pains, and muscle tightness. It can affect our immune system by decreasing its functioning and increasing our risk of becoming ill, as well as decreasing our recovery time. It can impact our skin by causing hair loss, brittle hair, dull and brittle nails, dry skin, acne, and delayed tissue repair. It can affect our gut by making it difficult to absorb nutrients, causing indigestion, bloating, and discomfort. And lastly, our reproductive system by causing decreased hormone production, decreased libido, and an increase in premenstrual symptoms. Other impacts of mental health difficulties, of course, include the strain on relationships and increased feelings of isolation and loneliness, increased risk of reliance on substances, the impact on work performance, and increased cost of living due to the physical impacts. So we know the problems. We've identified them. We have low growth rates of Black businesses, mental health stigma, increased mental health difficulties, which leads to physical health difficulties, especially for entrepreneurs, isolation, hyperindependence, imposter syndrome. So, what's the solution? How does it get better? 3 themes stand out to me. The first is take up space. If you remember earlier, when I was describing my own journey, I was afraid to let others know that my name was attached to a small profile. I didn't want my face up there. I didn't want my name or any information about me. I was nervous about what others would think if I started showing my face. I was concerned about whether or not I would be seen as professional, as smart, as competent. And I was afraid to be seen trying. And most of us are. Most of us want the end result of having or being attached to something that's successful, but are afraid to be seen in the process of growing. Because the what ifs start to creep in. The negative opinions from loved ones might root themselves in your brain. And we fear doing all of this just to fail, and to fail publicly. Because it's difficult. It's difficult to take up space, and it's difficult to be seen trying. It's vulnerable. So now I'm going to pose a question to you. And I want you to be really deeply, truly honest with yourself. And I encourage you to note this down in your phone or a notebook if you have one. Let's take a deep breath together first. Can you tell I'm a therapist? In through your nose, out through your mouth. Okay. Here's a question. If you weren't afraid to be seen trying, what would you do? What would you say? How would you act if you weren't afraid to fail? Really think about that for a few moments and compare that to how you're currently showing up. Is the gap small, or is it vast and large? So what does it really mean to take up space, especially as Black businesses? Taking up space is more than just existing in the market. It's about thriving, asserting presence, and claiming the recognition and influences that Black businesses deserve. It's a call to action for you to be unapologetically visible, to expand your reach and demand a seat at the table because you deserve to be there. Taking up space contributes to Black business success and Black mental health in so many different ways. For starters, visibility and representation. It's hard to be what you can't see. So if you've never or rarely seen people who look like you doing the things that you want to do, there is part of you, whether it's big or small, conscious or subconscious, that will inherently internalize the belief that this isn't for people like me. One of the cornerstones of my group practice is providing culturally responsive and trauma-informed care. So what that means is that regardless of the therapist you see, they're able to appreciate and integrate and celebrate the unique aspects of your identity and integrate that into your mental health care. And this is something that is an intentional effort and a conscious and active effort that we make as a team consistently. And this is by having conversations about culture, world events and tragedies that are impacting the clients that we see, and also challenging each other about how we show up as therapists. One of the most common pieces of feedback that I get from racialized clients especially is their prior hesitancy around going to therapy, because most therapists don't get it. They don't understand the unique intersections and challenges that exist for them as a Black person or racialized person. They don't understand or inquire about the nuances that exist of existing in a racialized community. So I want you to let that soak in for a moment. And maybe this is something that you've thought about and considered before, or maybe it's something that you've never considered. But just imagine for a moment that you couldn't receive care strictly because of who you are at your core, because you wouldn't be understood. Imagine the barriers that would come up just as a result of feeling that you couldn't access the care that you needed. This is why we need Black representation. The more Black representation that we have in all fields, the more that we can inspire others to believe that they deserve to be here too. We deserve to take up space, even and especially in the fields that haven't historically included us. When we're able to see ourselves in the experience of others, it allows us to feel a lot less isolated. Taking up space also helps us fight against the stereotypes that have continued to be placed on Black people. When we think about the typical news or headlines where Black people are often highlighted, more often than not, it's because something traumatic happened. And what comes to mind for me immediately is Cassie and Diddy. The Black experience is far more than the violence, death, and injustice that our community experiences. And we know that. We know that there's much to be celebrated about who we are, our culture, and the accomplishments that we've achieved. But when the trauma of the Black experience is constantly highlighted, it can be difficult to know and remember that there is so much beauty in the Black experience and in the Black community. Taking up space serves as a constant reminder that we are so much more than the trauma, injustices, and inequities. And it serves as a reminder not only to ourselves and our community, but also to ourselves and those outside of our community as well. The second theme that I want to highlight as a solution to the problems that we've identified is the concept as Black rest as a form of resistance. And you might be thinking, well, Simone, we just talked about taking up space. Doesn't it feel a little bit contradictory to be talking about rest? And the answer to that is no. When I think of Black rest, I think it actually goes hand in hand with taking up space. So this goes back to the concept of the strong Black person. Our value has often been placed on what we can produce, how hard we can work, and how much we can endure. And while taking up space is incredibly important, it's equally as important to balance it with rest and rejuvenation. So if you were to meet two entrepreneurs, let's say they're both in the same place in their business, they're both startups, and one tells you that they average about 5 hours of sleep per night. Sometimes they forget to eat. They're in the office constantly working. And another entrepreneur, again, same place in their career, and they let you know that they always prioritize getting 8+ hours of sleep. They have a strict policy of when they'll work, and they ensure that they prioritize taking care of themselves, going out with their family and friends, and make sure that they take as much vacation time as they can. Who would you automatically assume works harder? Who would you automatically assume is lazy? Isn't it interesting that we celebrate putting our health at risk for our careers? Wow, oh my gosh, you only got 6 hours of sleep last night. You were doing so well. Keep going. Typically, when I talk about rest, a few things come up for people. Number one is the thought that I'm primarily referencing sleeping or just laying around. And number two, the feeling that rest doesn't feel productive. So I'm curious, show of hands, who here has had the thought or the feeling that I really need to rest, but that doesn't feel productive, or I haven't done enough today? Mm-hmm. Looking at you, Marina. So think of it like this. Whether you have kids or not, I'm sure that we've all been around kids who have maybe missed their nap, maybe they're bored, maybe they need some sort of rest or to engage in an activity that they enjoy in. And when they haven't, the whole world knows. Maybe crying, throwing a tantrum. Now, I love using toddlers as an example because I believe that the way that toddlers react is an externalization of what happens for us internally. They just haven't been taught how to correctly manage their emotions, meet their needs, or alternatively, they haven't learned to suppress them by society yet. So imagine if you have a toddler and every single day you decide, I'm not going to give them a nap. You decide every day they don't get to do things that they enjoy or play with their toys unless they have earned it. You would have one miserable toddler. So imagine what that must be like for your own mental health, for your own nervous system, where you only rest if you deserve it. You only do things you enjoy if you've earned it. Imagine what that does for you internally. Dr. Sandra Dalton-Smith, who's a Black doctor, she came up with 7 different types of rest. Physical rest, mental, sensory, creative, emotional rest, social rest, and spiritual rest. So physical rest can be passive or active. So passive could look like sleeping or napping, while active could look like stretching or yoga or massage. Mental rest allows the mind to rest and recharge. So that could look like reading a book, engaging in a hobby, listening to music. Sensory rest is about taking a break from screens and overwhelming sensory input. Creative rest allows you to engage in utilizing your imagination and creative instincts in a non-stressful way. So that could look like coloring, painting, spending time in nature. Emotional rest allows the body to recover from emotional exhaustion by taking a break from emotional labor, which can include setting boundaries or asking for help. So that means taking a break from playing therapist for your family and friends. Social rest is about recognizing who fills your cup and who empties it. You ever been around people that when you get home, you feel like they suck the life out of you like a mosquito? Mm-hmm. Me too. Engaging in rest, social rest, prioritizes the connections that make you feel seen, heard, and energized. Spiritual rest is about nourishing the soul, and although Dr. Dalton-Smith discusses this in a religious context, I think that this can expand beyond religion to include activities that nurture your soul and connect you with purpose. So for some, that could be religion and religious practices. For others, that could be things like meditation, journaling, and practicing gratitude. So listening to all the different types of rest that I mentioned, how many can confidently say that they engage in these 7 types of rest on a monthly basis? Weekly basis? Daily basis? Whew, we have one person. Oh, I missed. So if you've been accustomed to seeing rest as unproductive, intentional rest might not feel comfortable or positive at first, and that's okay. You're moving against a pattern of behavior that you've developed over a lifetime. But the more that you practice, the easier it becomes. And the easier it becomes, the more likely that you are to enjoy it. In a world that often demands relentless productivity and resilience from the Black community, the concept of Black rest is a powerful act of self-care, resistance, and empowerment. I want to implore you to think of rest as much of a necessity as eating. Be intentional about your rest. Plan your rest. And as a collective, when we start to prioritize and emphasize rest, it allows us to move towards a reality where wellness and self-care is normalized within our communities, rather than burnout and exhaustion. The last and final theme that I'd like to highlight is being in community. And I like to separate the experiences of being community and being in community. Because often when we think about needing community, especially in the context of business, it generally can feel self-focused. Being in community allows you to be more connected, allows you to have more access to information and resources, allows you to experience less isolation, allows your business to be uplifted and amplified. And that's incredibly important. However, it's equally important to be community as well. Community is more than what it will do for you. How will it contribute to your success and well-being? Community is also about how you contribute even when you're not objectively receiving anything. Competitiveness exists in every community, and there can be times where competition is healthy, necessary, and has a lot of positive impacts. It can encourage innovation, provide employment opportunities by stimulating the economy, and it can aid in the development of skills that are necessary to possess in the business space. At the same time, competitiveness can also harm our communities by creating division, resource hoarding, and exacerbating the existing inequities that Black individuals face. And don't get me wrong, from a psychological perspective, the competitive nature amongst Black businesses makes sense. And this was something that I spoke to my therapist about. And yes, therapists also see therapists. One of the things that she said to me was that if we already know that a small percentage of our community makes it, then why wouldn't there be this urge and inclination to gatekeep and compete with one another? So how do we mitigate the negative or harmful aspects of competition while keeping the positive and helpful ones? The answer comes back to being community and being in community. Community plays an incredibly vital role in fostering wellness, increased mental health, and Black business success. From a wellness and mental health perspective, community initiatives that focus on creating safe spaces for Black individuals to express their thoughts, feelings, and experiences without fear of judgment allows us to address and process the experiences that are specific to our communities, like racial trauma, discrimination, and stress, as well as the broader experiences. Creating these spaces requires intentional effort and vulnerability, which means being honest about your experiences and struggles, as well as the achievements and successes. Encouraging honesty about hardship that we experience in the business and entrepreneurship space reduces the stigma of experiencing mental health difficulties and therefore reduces the stigma of seeking help. When we approach others with a lens of curiosity rather than judgment, it can encourage sharing, mentorship, and the development of these integral relationships, like the ones that we hope to build today and tomorrow. When we're able to develop communities that have shared wellness practices, especially practices that are rooted in our culture and ancestral knowledge, it can contribute to our sense of identity and our sense of belonging. From a business perspective, community plays a large role in the success of Black businesses. Black people are one of the largest groups with the most amount of buying power. Valued at $1.4 trillion back in 2019, and was said to hit $1.8 trillion by 2024. That's a lot. So granted, a lot of folks support Black businesses, but imagine if as a community, we harness the power that we already have and injected it back into our own community. The amount of growth and prosperity that we would see for our own community, it could go from a few Black businesses make it to a lot of Black businesses make it. The sense of community could impact the overall economic stability for Black individuals and Black families. Being in community could look like resource sharing and collaboration. It could look like joint marketing efforts, shared spaces, and collaborative projects rather than being siloed. Being community could look like providing mentorship to emerging entrepreneurs so that knowledge could be shared and connections that could be made to further the lives and careers of those in this space. Being community could look like collective advocacy and support for initiatives that are impacting Black people and Black businesses. As I discussed, one of the hurdles I had to face on my own journey was the desire to do things alone, because it made me feel more special, stroked my ego a little bit more, gave me control. But I also felt isolated, overworked, and emotionally exhausted. Allowing myself to rely on others or be in community took some of the pressure off. From an internal business perspective, that looked like nurturing relationships within my practice, hiring and delegating. From a personal or entrepreneurial perspective, that looked like joining different groups and communities of like-minded people, of especially Black people and other racialized folks. That looked like letting go of fear and speaking my vulnerabilities out loud, which in turn created space for other people to do so as well. That has meant being community by listening to others, offering resources, sharing knowledge, and creating a space of inclusivity. As we draw this conversation to a close, it's imperative to emphasize the interwoven threads of Black mental health, entrepreneurship, and the strength of community within Black businesses. These elements are not only critical to individual well-being, but are also foundational pillars for collective advancement and empowerment. Firstly, addressing Black mental health is paramount. Historical and systemic challenges have imposed significant stressors on Black communities, leading to unique mental health difficulties. Prioritizing mental wellness enables individuals to thrive, fostering resilience and clarity. And it's essential to create these spaces for open dialogue about mental health and encourage seeking professional help and dismantling the stigma surrounding mental illness within our communities. So ideally, that 25% of people who seek help increases to 30 and 35 and 40 and 45 and so on. Entrepreneurs from our communities drive innovation, create jobs, and build wealth, contributing to economic empowerment. By supporting Black-owned businesses, we not only uplift individual entrepreneurs, but we also pave the way for sustainable community development. Entrepreneurial success stories inspire future generations, demonstrating that with determination and support, significant achievements are possible, that they deserve to be in this space, and they can take up space. The importance of community within Black businesses cannot be overstated enough. A strong supportive community acts as a bedrock for inspiring entrepreneurs, providing mentorship, networking opportunity, and shared resources. By fostering a culture of collaboration rather than competition, we can build robust ecosystems where businesses flourish collectively. Community support amplifies our voices, strengthens our economic base, and ensures that successes are shared and celebrated widely. So let's start to continue to prioritize Black mental health, celebrate Black entrepreneurship and Black businesses, and nurture the communities within our businesses. By doing so, we not only honor our heritage, but also build a resilient and prosperous future. One where Black rest is just as celebrated as Black success. Together, that we can create a legacy of empowerment, well-being, and success for generations to come. So I want to end off with a phrase that has stuck with me throughout the last few years, and I hope it encourages you to slow down and be in community. So remember that if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go together. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Wasn't that amazing? Thank you. Thank you. Right? Guys, I learned so much. I'm good at being in community, not good at slowing down, and definitely not good at mental health. So That was great. Everyone who knows me will say that, so I can just report myself. So
Good thing you know a therapist.
now I do, right? So I can go. But thank you so much for sharing, for everything that you shared. And hopefully all of us have actually learned something and we can take from that, really wanting to take our mental health seriously. And especially as entrepreneurs, we work so hard. It's really stressful. And so slowing down, being, and then being in community is going to be really important. So thank you so much.
Thank
so
you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you want to do this?
You can grab the mic for me, so this mic.
This mic? This one? Oh, this one. Oh, right. So if you have any questions for Simone, I wasn't even understanding that. Any questions for Simone?
I can start if you start, but I would recommend that I don't start.
Over there.
Excellent. Is the mic on, Alex? Excellent, thank you. So, a gentleman, I'm waiting for a lady to go next. Thank you.
Where do we find your practice, or how do we connect with your resources?
Absolutely. So everyone pull out their cell phones. I know you have them. There's a wonderful QR code. You can open up your camera, and that directs you to our website. So on our website, there's contact information for myself. There's contact information as far as booking with a therapist if you'd like. We have therapists that can practice in various provinces throughout Canada. And there's also our social media attached as well.
Amazing. Any other questions?
She's got a hand raised.
Oh, hand up in the front. I'm coming.
You're amazing. Thank you for your work. My question is, when did you start noticing the varying differences in terms of being a Black woman and how we, what am I trying to ask you? When did you know that it was time for you to like decolonize like your own therapy to kind of realize that you had to go on your own path? You know what I mean? Like, was there a point in your career where you realized, you know what, we're obviously extremely different, and you know, I'm gonna have to take my own pathway in order for me to kind of come to like my own awareness. You know, what was that moment for you?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So that moment for me was when I was working in community mental health. So working for Alberta Health Services, the government, there is definitely like restrictions on sort of sometimes how you can practice, the way that you can do things, and all of this sort of red tape, and especially the way that you show up. So my philosophy as a therapist is I'm a very relational person, which is also cultural. And a lot of times the standard for therapists is you're this blank slate. You reflect whatever it is back to the client. And so I think throughout that point, I noticed, okay, if I want to do something different, I have to do it on my own. There isn't sort of this ability to integrate that while I'm working under this big organization, because unfortunately, a lot of times when we talk about cultural responsiveness, it can be a tick box for a lot of organizations. And I didn't want it to be a tick box. I wanted to have the uncomfortable conversations. I wanted to talk about biases. I wanted to talk about all of that internal stuff that's a little bit more taboo to talk about. And I wanted that to be open, because the more that you talk about it, the more that you can address it.
More normalized.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know we have another question over there. We still have time to take a few more. I don't have any online, so you take the stick, take space, she says, take space. Yes.
Hi, my name is Wambui, and I'm a mortgage broker. I just wanted to ask a question. You talked about how trauma can affect how we do business, because you kind of keep hearing it, you know, all the time, and you can define yourself that way. So the question I have is, how do we integrate that trauma? So we have stories that we need to tell, and we need to be able to identify what those are. But then again, if you keep hearing it, it defines you. So how do we, and I think even for the you know, like raising my own children, so one of the things they say is, you didn't acknowledge these things when we were growing up. and because we didn't have the language to do it. But at the same time, there was a fear that if I kept agreeing with what they were saying, that they would internalize it. So I'm finding that there's kind of a, like a difficulty in terms of how do we keep talking about these things without them affecting us? And how do we now think forward? We know what the issues are, but we can't stay there. We've got to move on. So I really wanted to know how you're dealing with it in terms of, I'm sure in therapy, these things keep coming up and you know what the source is, but how do you move and how have you moved through that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That is a great question. I agree. I think that it can sometimes be difficult to say, okay, such and such has happened to me, or I've had these different experiences, or the world sees me in this kind of way. So how do I acknowledge that and work with that while also not making it everything? And so I think one of my favorite words is "and." I think that can be true that, Black businesses, for example, receive less venture capital funding. And at the same time, what do we do with that? So I think it's not getting stuck there. So one of my also favorite quotes is that confidence is a byproduct of action. So for me, as I told you, taking up space was number one, difficult for me in the beginning. And I could have done one of two things. I could have felt that anxiety, felt all of that, and decided, like, you know what, this isn't for me. I don't want to do this. But I decided, okay, even though I'm stressed, even though I know that sometimes people see me in this certain way, people might think I'm young, people might not think I'm educated, people might think all of these different things, but I'm going to show up anyways. And showing up anyways allowed me to gain the confidence to be here today, for example. So I remember my very first workshop that I did, and I was like sweating and just nervous and shaking. And I was nervous for today as well. But I think it's about how can I continue showing up even though this is true?
Thank you. I have two. Okay, so I did say we could take a bunch of them. So to be fair, I'm going to take you. Oh, you can go and see. You have confidence to go see her later. I love that. I love that. So we're going to take one here and we're going to finish with our pitch contestant because I would love for him to, one of our pitch contestant, because I would love for him to get involved. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for your talk. I think it was really powerful. My name is Shelley, and one of my questions is, do you support or are you in the database for employee family assistance programs? Because one of the things that we see is the lack of support or resources that actually help Black-bodied individuals who come, therapists who come from a trauma-informed practice. So that is, again, for many people who are working and have an employer, that's a great resource. But if you're left with a therapist who doesn't understand how to navigate through this space, it could be quite challenging. So that's why I was wondering, are you in that database? Or if not, is that something you're interested in getting into?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've worked with a few EAP programs, definitely. I think sometimes the struggle with EAP and sort of like insurance bodies is that they recognize that there's this gap. And I was talking about this with someone earlier, that they recognize that there's this gap, but they don't really want to do much about it. And so that can include, they don't want to pay for the services, or they don't want to pay on time, or they decline services, all of these different things. So I think that as a business, we are trying to navigate those waters as far as like, okay, how do we provide something that's inclusive? How do we make sure that we're as accessible as possible while also navigating the bureaucracy part of it? So yes, definitely involved and interested.
One over here.
Hello, my name is Stefan. I'm one of the pitch contestants. Anyways, my question would be, it's already hard to talk to somebody else, but let's say you see a therapist and you want to talk to your family and friends about your struggle. I feel oftentimes being an entrepreneur is taking a lot of risk, but also your friends and family get secondhand stress from what you're doing. and you can see it, and you can see it in their face, especially when you talk about the struggle, the risk you're taking. Now, I would like to talk to my close community, but I don't want to harm them, or I don't want to cause them additional stress that they don't need because they have careers, they have lives, they have their own stress. So how could I still talk to them about my struggle and share to them my struggle without feeling that I'm causing unnecessary stress in their life, or extra stress or extra struggle?
I think that's a great question, because this is actually something that often comes up in therapy, is the feeling of like the fear of being a burden in some way, of like, I don't want to burden these people or this person with sort of my troubles. And I think the answer to that is just honest conversation. So I think when I go back to sort of the concept of like Black rest and thinking about sort of emotional rest, making sure that we're also checking in with each other. Hey, do you have space for this right now? And when we're honest with each other, then it allows us to feel the stress of whatever's happening, and them to decide if they're able to take on the stress at that moment. And my inkling is that if someone isn't able to do it at that moment, then someone else might. And so it's about also diversifying your community. And that's why being in community is so important, because yes, we have our family and our friends, but ideally we also have a lot of other community that we could say, okay, if they're sort of emotionally at their capacity, who else can I reach out to? Who else can I get support from? Because if we don't, then again, that stress just goes internal and starts to impact us.
Powerful. Thank you. There you go.
Hi, my name is Pamela. I'm with TELUS. You kind of sort of answered the question I was just about to ask, in line of, being community and being within community, because I think sometimes the challenges that we face are within our own community. So like basically what you said, diversifying your community, that could help. But when you started this journey online, having that public presence, you've most likely done the work privately as well. When we became public, what kind of challenges did you face within our own community, and how were you able to overcome that?
Yeah, I would say one of the barriers was sort of figuring out how I would show up. So I think that oftentimes, especially as Black people, we're expected to be a particular type of way. And if we don't fit into a particular type of box, then whether it's people within our community or people outside of our community, sometimes you're written off, sometimes it's this, that, and the other thing. And so I think that it's acknowledging that there are going to be people that don't like what you do. There are going to be people who don't support you. And that doesn't mean that what you're doing isn't important. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't take up space. Because naturally, if you sell a product, there are going to be people who don't like it. If you hold a workshop, there are going to be people who are like, you know what, I didn't really find that helpful. And you deserve to take up space anyways. You deserve to continue anyways, and find your community that does support you.
Very, very insightful. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. We have time for the one last question that was here. So your confidence can be served in the room.
Should I stand or?
Yes.
Okay.
Take up space.
So it was more, I wanted to thank you. Funny enough, I'm doing my practicum towards counseling psychology. And I was having the same imposter syndrome, because they suggested that we put on LinkedIn and share what we're doing. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, people that know me know that I have ADHD, my kids were suffering mental health issues, and like just feeling like, am I in a position to help people? And I know I am, because I have the lived experience. And putting that out there, because it's a really great program I'm in. People can get counseling from students, and it starts from like $35 to $90 per hour. So yeah, I'm gonna share that because I think it's important for everyone to have access. So thank you. You've inspired me to take up space.
Incredible.
A great inspiration indeed. Simone Saunders, everybody, thank you so much.
Right, can you hear me? That was a really good first start to the day, and I'm so glad we're talking about mental health. It's something we really don't talk about in our community, and something we actually hide from. And the issue of feeling as a burden is really huge because Black women, we're supposed to be strong Black women. So, you know, you kind of die by yourself in the room. And so thank you, Simone, by talking about that. It's really important personally, but also really important for the business community because running a business is one of the most difficult things you're going to do. Very passionate, but very difficult. So everything that you shared today, I am going to try and do. We'll see. So I know you all will hold me accountable to this, but I will. I will be an example, and I will reach out to Simone and you know, maybe I'll be a client. We'll see. But so moving on with the day, and thank you. Can we give one more round of applause to Simone? So the spirit of the summit this year was the power of us together. And we know a lot of the other communities work really, really closely together. The Black community is the only one that is usually a little bit more fragmented. So we do have a bit of work to do. And so for the summit this year, what we wanted to do was to say the power of us together. And the power of us together starts with a system, an ecosystem, and all of us working together. So I wanted to introduce the ecosystem. So BBC is here today because we work with an amazing group of people and organizations. So some of them are going to come on stage, and I want to just make a really quick introduction of different people from the ecosystem. And as you'll see, they're all from around the country. We can't do what we're doing today. We can't put this summit on today or even provide programs that are successful if we do it by ourselves. We can never do that. So we have to work with different organizations in the country. And so we put this event together in collaboration with COFP, which is the Canadian lawyers, Canadian financial professionals. And that's Justina right there on the side. So she's the president of COFP. When I started my business 9 years ago, I did not know Black lawyers existed in BC. And then I went to an event for Black lawyers and there was 80 of them. I'm like, wait, you exist here? I could have done business with you. And Troy is here from COFP and Justina is the president of COFP. It's really important that we start to invest in each other and work with each other. And so we know that going to the bank and getting financial support is usually really difficult because most of the time the people on that other side don't look like us. So if I'm going to tell them that I want money to start a salon for eyelashes, we know it's big business in the Black community. But if someone, my mic went off, they won't understand that that's actually a viable business. But if you meet someone from the community, they'll be like, wait, that actually, you know, nails and eyelashes and wigs and all that is actually really big business. It's $1 billion business. So it makes sense. So having a group on that side that can understand you is important. And COFP, if you don't know and you're a Black entrepreneur and you need a lawyer, look into COFP. And if you want to get into the financial industry, COFP is a really lovely organization to be a part of. So it's a national organization and it's a community of all financial professionals. The other person that we've worked with and the group that we've done a really good job with is Foundation for Black Communities. As you all know, the government provided us with $200 million endowment fund. And it's being run by the team at the Foundation of Black Communities. And we've worked really closely with them in terms of they've come here, they're doing community engagement and all of that good stuff. They're wanting to hear from the community, and the business community is really, really important. So working with them has been fantastic. We've got Procurement Assistance Canada. One of our most important programs is procurement. There's 144,000 entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs in Canada, 27,000 that are employers. Out of that entire number, almost 0% is engaged in procurement with the government. And the government is the biggest buyer in the country. They spend $30 billion a year buying from small business. So it's a very, very important program. And so we've partnered with Procurement Assistance Canada for the past 2 years. And now we've launched a really successful program to teach Black entrepreneurs how to do procurement and do supply diversity. Sam Juru and Melissa and Matthew and Doug is out here in the thank CBC, so Canadian Chamber of Commerce. They've been in the trenches doing really amazing work. And we're partnering with them to do some of the important work because we know expanding nationally is really, really important, but working in collaboration makes the programs successful. All of us could be doing small little things, but if we work together in collaboration, we'll make it successful. We've got Raphael and the team from CABLE, which is Canadian Association of Black Lawyers. This is another thing. So there's a lot of financial professionals and a lot of Black lawyers that I did not know existed. So I had never had a Black lawyer before. Now we can actually recommend Black lawyers. So we worked together in collaboration and to put this event together, and we're going to do way more things together because we need to bring the entire ecosystem together and get all of us to start working in connection with each other so we can go further. Because if we work by ourselves, we will make progress, but it will be slow progress. If we work together, we can go quicker. We can get there faster, and it's taken too long. So thank you so much, the people that we're working with. Thank you to our partners and our ecosystem fellows. And now I am going to leave you with a video from one of our sponsors, which is the Black Opportunity Fund. And they've done an amazing job with the programming that they're doing. They advocate for us really strongly, and they helped sponsor this summit today. And you'll hear from one of them today. So I will leave you with the Black Opportunity Fund. And if you see any of them, tap them on the shoulder, say hello, ask them questions. We have to work together. We have to work as an ecosystem. So thank you.
Hey Black Girl is a Black-led, youth-led, women-led organization. We are so excited to partner up with Black Opportunity Fund.
I would definitely recommend the Black Opportunity Fund to Black business leaders.
Both Sandy and I wanted to thank the Black Opportunity Fund for supporting our project.
BOF was a big part of even the launch of BFN. Over time, the fund has also played a role in helping us select entrepreneurs for our different programs.
So we're really grateful for the support of the Black Opportunity Fund in helping us to relaunch a program called Wellness Connect.
We are so happy to be one of the recipients of the Black Opportunity Fund grant.
This grant will help me to purchase a speed oven.
We just want to say a big thank you to DoorDash, BOF, Black Food Energy Grant.
Thank you. Your investment in our organization was critical to our growth.
A big thank you to Black Opportunity Fund for setting these priorities.
It said that it would raise a significant pool of capital. It said it would deploy that capital in a well-governed way. It said it would create opportunities for business owners, and it has done so and gone beyond.
Through this grant, we will implement our We Got You Sis Survivor Support Program.
This funding that we have received will help us with our flagship program.
We're very excited to be receiving the grants and the funding you guys received because it's going to go into so much more bigger stuff than you can imagine.
With gratitude, we recognize that our partnership with Black Opportunity Fund is immeasurable.
The response to Black Opportunity Fund's venture capital strategy has been very positive and very enthusiastic. From the initial $5 million of seed capital that's been provided, we have clear line of sight to similar amounts from several other organizations.
BOF is transforming the lives of Black children, Black youth, Black elders, Black women, and all Black people of Canada.
We are part of an ecosystem that together will be able to address systemic racism.
And we're just getting started.
The needle is shifting. You're making a difference. Your help is not only appreciated, but absolutely needed. So thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Jackie. Without all of these key partners, including Black Opportunity Fund, there would be no event today or even an entrepreneurial ecosystem for that matter, especially for the Black communities. So please, a round of applause for Black Opportunity Fund and all those partners. It's for that reason that maintaining and preserving those connections between those partners, but between those partners and all of you, entrepreneurs and future business owners, we really, really need to build bridges and keep on building them. Et dans la prochaine discussion que j'ai le plaisir d'animer, nous parlerons spécifiquement de cela. I will be joined on stage by Black business stakeholders to talk about building bridges together and creating sustainable connections. African-American author and TV personality, Iyanla Vincent, I think that I'm pronouncing this right. If you're a fan, you should let me know. She once said, "The way to achieve your own success is to be willing to help somebody else get it first." So let me repeat that so you can integrate. The way to achieve your own success is to be willing to help somebody else get it first. By extending support and daring to do things differently, these organizations I'm going to introduce are successfully showing up for Black businesses across Canada. Please join me in welcoming the first panel of the day. Andrew Brown, Associate Deputy Minister at Canadian Heritage. Round of applause, yes. Shelly Ann Vital, founder of Affirming Community Together by Vital. Please come in. Neka Otobolu, Chief Operating Officer at the Foundation for Black Communities. Greg Wellington, CEO of the Black Opportunity Fund. Al Ramsey, Vice President and Head of 2S LGBTQ2+ and Black customer segments at TD Bank Group. Yes, my panel is complete, everybody. Yes. Hi, please take a seat. Welcome, welcome. So before I start, hi.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Fantastic.
This is incredible, right? We're here on this first ever Black Business Summit in person. So please, round of applause for this very moment. First panel of the day. First panel of the day. So just a reminder, I know you want to engage with me quickly and all, but you do need to hold your microphone up so that people can hear you too, or we're just going to be talking to each other, right? And that's not the goal. So for attendees who might not know what you do and what each of your organizations do precisely and your respective roles, so all of these combined, could you please describe it in a few words? We can start in the middle just to change the way we do things. So yes, the FFBC? Yes. Go ahead, Neka.
Hi, everyone. My name is Neka Otobolu, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer with the Foundation for Black Communities. Foundation for Black Communities exists to ensure that Black communities across the country have agency in defining our future. What does this mean? What we try to do or are doing is to invest in change making. And this we do by collaborating with government, community groups, social purpose organizations, other funders in the philanthropic space, and communities. And what we are hoping to do is to change the face of philanthropy and focus on Black issues and how Black issues get funded. And before my time at FFBC, I was the Director of Strategic Initiatives with the Edmonton Community Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. So you did travel to be here?
Yes.
Yes, yes. She made it only for us, so we should feel special. Thank you so much, Nika. How about you, Shelly Ann?
Thank you very much. As you mentioned, my name is Shelly Ann Vidal, and by day, I'm a college instructor / union advocate. Outside of that, I'm very involved in community building. ACT by Vidal stands for Affirming Community Together, and we focus on training, coaching, and our annual Phenomenal Black Women Networking and Social, where we bring together community members who live, work, and play in the greater Vancouver area to celebrate us for being us. We just bring joy. We have an Afrocentric lens of drumming and just community building. Thank you.
Amazing. Wow, such energy. We love that, right? Yes, yes. Welcome, welcome. Andrew?
Great. Thanks so much. So I'm Andrew Brown, Associate Deputy Minister at the Department of Canadian Heritage. And I guess what that means, perhaps to folks in more of a business context, is a sort of executive vice president for the department. But really, I think to speak briefly about the Department of Canadian Heritage, it really is the federal government department that's responsible for programs supporting culture and the arts across the country, supporting sport and the sports system across the country, as well as supporting official languages, Indigenous languages, multiculturalism, and anti-racism efforts. So really, that just gives you a sense of some of the work that's going on at Canadian Heritage. It is a very new role for me, as I moved there only about 2 to 3 weeks ago. And so I will also be speaking subsequently a bit more broadly about some of the efforts of the federal government in terms of supporting Black communities across the country. So really pleased to be here from Ottawa today.
Yes, also moved from Ottawa to come here. Serious stuff, serious stuff. Al?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. So thank you for having me here. My name is Al Ramsey, and I'm the Vice President and Head of TD's 2S LGBTQ+ and Black customer segments. Yes, you heard it correct. I have a team right across the country that is responsible for supporting diverse customers, including the Black community. I can see Galila right there, the regional manager. Yeah. So Galila, she's a regional manager here in this market or in Western Canada that does that in a very simplistic way of exactly what we do. First of all, I'm very proud of my title, not because it's, I want to be boastful, but it is a very unique title in the financial industry at a vice president level, right? In terms of really recognizing and acknowledging the importance of diverse customers, including, sometimes we're excluded from the conversation, that you're important to the health of the organization going forward and has been part of the success of our organization going forward. So my objective with my mandate is pretty simple, but yet difficult. It's to deliver the entire TD Bank from advice to credit to the Black community. It's also to deliver the best of the TD Bank. That's what we do. And what we want to do is we want to give you elevated financial advice and customer experience when you interact with TD. So the regional managers across the country, the Black regional managers across the country, full-time, not part-time, their jobs is to really act as a key liaison between the Black community and the TD Bank to ensure that we deliver the best of TD Bank to you. And that's what our objective is. And at the end of the day, it's about equitable outcomes for everybody, including the Black community, to empower you to make the best financial decisions for yourself and your family. That's what we do.
Thank you for doing it. I'm like so inspired. I can't even speak anymore. Hi. Okay. Last but not least, because we just heard about your organization right before you walked on stage, the Black Opportunity Fund. Can you please talk to us about it, Craig?
So I should just point to the videos. Yeah, so I'm pleased to be the CEO of Black Opportunity Fund. Very pleased to be here. Very pleased that we are invested in BEBC Society, invested in this event, and the tremendous work of Jackie Cassandi, who is a superhero, and her team. We are a national Black-led charitable organization that has a focus on the pillars of supporting Black-led not-for-profits and charities, as well as Black entrepreneurs. So as a charitable organization with both pillars embedded in our mandate, it is very unique in terms of how we look at a whole society approach to helping dismantle systemic anti-Black racism. And we do this by deploying needs-informed capital to Black businesses in a number of ways, including grants, including capacity building, including a lending program for Black businesses who've been declined loans by Canadian banks and even by the FACE Coalition. We have partnered with various organizations to help provide capacity building support for Black businesses to make them investment ready, including Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, who's present in the room today. And while they're registered, involved in these programs, enrolled in it to build capacity in terms of business intelligence, in terms of developing marketing plans, in terms of business planning, in terms of financial acumen and financial statements, we provide non-repayable funding on a quarterly basis that you can use for anything you want. If you're investing in your business, we are investing in you. And then very recently, we have started also subsidizing the costs of achieving permits, certifications, and licensing for the businesses enrolled in those programs that we fund to help them scale. And those are things we've done in response to the needs of Black entrepreneurs who've told us what their needs are. So our priority areas are entrepreneurship, health, education and youth, housing. We're getting ready to launch a $50 million housing fund to create pathways to home ownership for Black Canadians that we will be launching this summer. And we'll have 6 pilot sites. One of them will be in Vancouver. We are also preparing to launch a $50 million private equity fund that will invest in Black entrepreneurs and also other Black VCs, which we are also preparing to launch this summer. So we are looking at, again, whole community approach. We're looking at a very innovative model in terms of how we are disrupting systemic anti-Black racism and the racist systems of philanthropy and so on by creating a new structure that is, again, Black-led, Black-controlled. I was having the conversation earlier today. It's interesting that every table that I've been at with Black Opportunity Fund, whether it's talking in any of the areas that we're in, whether it's in health, whether it's in education, it's in justice, it's in entrepreneurship, it's in housing, it's in investment, the expertise is always on our side of the table. And that is incredibly important. If you look at our board, Victor Beausoleil of SETC, who is a brilliant colleague, he said to me, he said, Craig, your board is the Avengers. And we understand what that means when we represent Black excellence, that we're looking to raise the bar, because they'll always tell us that, oh, you have to lower the bar because Black people can't meet the standard. And I think it's very important for us to show that given the opportunity, Black people can beat any standard. And I think it is important for us to do that.
Absolutely. And I think it's time for us to set the standard for everybody else. I'm just saying. Okay, so as I keep on, let's keep with the two of you, because I feel like we are at this stage in our journey for Black entrepreneurs and Black companies, groups, initiatives, etc. You are working in organizations that are specifically aimed at funding our community, right? What do you find the most challenging today when building new pathways to find money for Black folks? Nneka and Craig.
Okay, you can go first. For FFBC, the first gap I see, it's lack of data, disaggregated data. I believe data drives strategy, and FFBC was founded on a report called The Unfunded that showed how our Black communities had been so marginalized when it comes to getting philanthropic funding from the major community foundations across the country. At the time the report was released, I was actually working at a community foundation, and we did try to reflect on that report and how it impacted our funding practices in our local community. And the reality was that the gap was there. And then it drove, that same report drove our thinking differently of how to create or rejig our funding practices and be more equitable towards racialized community groups and Black communities. So that saying, I would say disaggregated data, lack of disaggregated data to drive strategy. Something else is systemic racism, especially towards our Black communities. What I've seen in the course of my career in the philanthropic space is that once we have, or when we have interventions that are put out there for community, for racialized community groups, the Black communities are always at the shorter end of the stick or taking away crumbs, and that has to change. I also see misrepresentation or lack of representation on tables where decisions are made, and this has always added to the overarching problem or issues that we have.
Yeah, that's a true fact. I find that not even in only the philanthropic space, I think that representation is so important at every level. When we think about the media, when we think about like, the misrepresentation impacts your work as a philanthropy, I find this is key and very important. Craig, do you have anything to add to complement from what Nneka said?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I've heard Nneka speak from when she was a representative of those foundations. So, you know, the consistency and that intentionality that she brings, I've been always impressed by. So I'm glad to see you at, you know, in the leadership role in this organization and building from it. So one of the key things is context. How do we continue to make it relevant? So the movement, the George Floyd, was a spike, it was a point in time which all of a sudden created a global awareness of the fact of anti-Black racism, and it allowed people to actually lead with Black before it's BIPOC or minority or what have you. But it taught people that, yeah, Black people haven't been lying. Racism, anti-Black racism actually kills. Now, it wasn't the first Black person we've ever seen killed by police on video. It wasn't even the last. It wasn't the first that month. It wasn't even the last that month. But there was a confluence of events that led to that. And for a point in time, as I say, Black was in season. But seasons change. And whenever policy decisions are made in response to situations, and usually with Black community, it's always response to violence. The problem with it is it's easy now to say, okay, well, they put that policeman in jail, so it's done. Or we've given money now, we've taken care of it. Why are they still talking? And in Canada, it's also, but what does what happened in Minnesota have to do with Canada? So the context right now has changed. So you spoke about the unfunded report and what philanthropy looked like. What we know is there was a spike in philanthropy shortly after that, focus on Black communities. What we know is there was a spike in hiring of Black people in a point in time. Like we know Chief Diversity Officer hiring Black women as Chief Diversity Officers and announcing it during Black History Month went up really fast. And what we know is that's one of the positions that has had the highest attrition rate of any management position in the last couple of years. So the
I wouldn't even say ever at this stage.
So the context now of how do we keep the focus on that, make sure it's a sustainable understanding that let people understand that one, equity is additive. So if Black people aren't allowed to achieve to their potential, it keeps Canada as a whole from achieving to its potential, but also to understand that there were intentional systems and policies put in place why Black people and Indigenous people are at the bottom of every socioeconomic indicator. It's not a lack of hard work. It's not a lack of intelligence or education background. It's not any of that. It's providing opportunity and give us equal opportunity and we will exceed thing. So it's that storytelling, I think, to continue to get that money. And also when you get the money, and this is another part, is to make sure that that money doesn't come with strings, that the money is just, again, it's a facade, it's a mirage, right? You have not just, we're not just looking for money, we're looking for power. We're looking for control over the decision-making around that money. And I think that's important.
Absolutely. Round of applause for those answers. The struggle can be real, but we're here for it, right? So I think it's so funny because I'm hearing this and I understand how anxious some people must be now that maybe we're going to have a conservative government, maybe this is going to be a discussion that might be, okay, well, equity discussions might not be at the forefront. What do we do with that? How do we navigate that? And I think a lot of questions are coming around. Change is too slow. Change is not enough. We need to change faster and more because that season is ending soon. So there's this anxiety in the communities that we're supporting. And also, I want to talk fragmentation, right? If we're not able to work together towards a vision that we commonly shared, how can we actually reach? So that is a question for all of you. And I would invite Andrew, Shellyanne, and Al to start. How do we, in your opinion, we could work toward that same vision for our people, for our community, while understanding we are fragmented for a reason. It's not by surprise that somebody worked on that, a group of people worked on that. So where do we start in terms of, and key ideas? It doesn't have to be the idea because we're all together towards that vision, but how do we work towards that vision together?
Great. So there's lots of different aspects to the question there. And maybe I'll step back a little bit first, and because I think it's important to talk a bit about what the federal government has been doing in recent years in terms of investments. And I know that this is something where specifically the Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Personal Disability, Minister Kira, is often asking me and other officials in terms of how can we better communicate the investments that have been made. And this really did start with the United Nations Decade for People of African Descent, which was announced and went from 2015 until and ends this year at the end of 2024. And it was really once the Government of Canada recognized the UN Decade in 2018 that suddenly investments were being made in Black communities and in programs to support Black Canadians, businesses, and organizations in a way that had not been done before, through targeted programming specifically for Black organizations. And I think that's one of the things that is really significant that's been happening over the last number of years. And what we've seen through that have been programming such as the Supporting Black Canadian Communities Initiative. I see people that are familiar and representative of some of that programming here in the room today. I think I see someone who works on that program up at the back of the room there, Rachel, from my former department. And which are really investments to support capacity building of not-for-profit organizations across the country and to put them hopefully in on a better footing and help them to become more sustainable. We've seen investments as well through the Black Entrepreneurship Program, which has been in partnership with Black organizations and as well with financial institutions, and really with the goal of helping Black entrepreneurs to succeed. And, we also see investments in terms of a mental health fund for Black Canadians and ongoing work for what's called Canada's Black Justice Strategy. So these are a number of programs, some underway, some still to be launched and been more at the consultation phase, which are really intended to help support development of Black communities and really to allow them to flourish. So those are targeted investments we haven't seen before. But one of the things, certainly as we see potential for change in government is really, so what will be sustained and what is there going to be post, let's say, 2025? And so that's a question that certainly I hear frequently. It's something that I think communities are concerned about. I know employees in the federal government that work on these files are very concerned as well. And so I think there's a couple of things that we really need to look for and that will really be important. One is to see what kind of legislative change will there be. That tends to be something that's more enduring. And at the moment, we don't see legislative changes that refer specifically to Black communities at the federal level. We don't see that yet. The government has announced an intent to bring forward legislative change to the Employment Equity Act. So that's something to look for in the near future, and which would provide recognition to additional groups, Black Canadians, but also to LGBTQ Canadians as distinct groups under the Employment Equity Act, and would also look at Indigenous peoples on a distinctions-led basis. So we would look specifically at First Nations, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit under the Indigenous category. So those are some things that I think we'll have to look for in terms of changes that will be sustaining. But the other thing will be really taking a look at what kind of funding may be provided to programming on an ongoing basis. And at this stage, we have seen some really significant investments. I mean, to add one more to the list, and which you heard about a little bit earlier, but to take some credit for the federal government, was the investment, $200 million in the Black-led Philanthropic Endowment Fund. That's the money that went to foundations for Black Canadians, and which is being administered. And I think one of the really significant things with that investment, but also with the Supporting Black Canadian Communities Initiative, is that the federal government is dispersing the funds through Black-led organizations. It's Black-led organizations that are making the decisions on other organizations that will be the recipients of the funding. And so there's really a partnership there and trying to find different ways of doing things and to involve community in decision-making. So just really think it's important to share some of the changes that are happening. There's certainly more work that needs to be done, and really interested to continue to hear from folks about some of the changes that they feel are needed to support communities across the country. So maybe I'll stop there and turn it on to you, Shelley Ann.
That was good, a good overview. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks for
Shelley Ann,
thanks for sharing from a federal perspective. I think it's important that we take a look at it from that broader lens. I'm going to bring it down to more of a local lens. And before I go in there, I just want to also again acknowledge Jackie for bringing this, and her team for bringing this all together, because this is part of it. When we think about looking at things from a national level, and oftentimes I think for us in BC, we look at what's going on out east, and it's, they've got a lot of funding. They've got the movers and shakers out there, but we're here in Vancouver, we're here locally in BC, and we're doing great things. And by having events like this, where we can bring people from not only a local level, but from a national level and build that community, I think that's really paramount, right? Because when we think about longevity, a large part of it means understanding the history, the barriers that we've faced, but then who are the players in the game? Who are those who are holding the funds? So again, from a local level, once we know and we can engage and build community with these players, we have an opportunity to then get access to those funds that can then help not only our small local businesses thrive, but then again, thinking from a national level and then from a philanthropic level, right? Because we know once our businesses flourish and are really out there and we're doing great things and we're financially wealthy and we've got that generational wealth, then of course we want to give back to community, right? Because we acknowledge where we come from. And when we think of things again from that communal Afrocentric lens, that's what feels good in our souls, right? connecting with one another, that relational perspective that our keynote speaker mentioned, right? So again, when I think about the impact of just this event in itself, I don't think anything like this has ever been done in BC, and I think it is amazing. So again, when we think about the government acknowledging the UN's Declaration of People of African Descent, and then Trudeau acknowledging anti-Black racism, that's a mark. That's a step forward. It's not a leap, but it's a step forward. And we have to continue to take these steps forward and rest at times, right? Because it's exhausting. It's a lot of work. And acknowledge that. I think when we think about community, and sometimes it's like, well, I didn't get this, I didn't get that, I don't understand. But we know that people are often working at 100% a lot of times. Again, as our keynote speaker said, often we don't give ourselves the opportunity to rest and to be. And so continuing to operate at that high level constantly, it's exhausting. And so creating this opportunity where there's that ebb and flow of community building, connecting, learning of resources is so paramount.
Yeah.
So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just bringing us back to fragmentation. I would love to know, Al, of some of the ideas that you think might help us have the same vision, because when we think about, you know, the programs, when we think about how we're treating one another, how we are working with another, so bringing it from the macro to the micro, but then some of us are not sharing the same vision. Some of us are really in a place of, and it's hard because getting out of that mentality is decolonizing ourselves, decentralizing the idea of, okay, excellence can only hit for me, and okay, too bad for the rest. So how do we gather everyone around that same vision? Share with us some ideas of maybe within your team you're already applying it, and now we can do it on the national level.
She's asking the banker to give this information right now.
Yes, yes.
I love it. So I'm gonna have to answer this question with both of my hats, right? Al, the Black guy hat, and also Al, the corporate banker hat. Okay, and we're gonna keep it real because you're my people. We're gonna have conversation about this topic, and it's important. So, you know, dual accountability and responsibility. Let's start there. It is the TD Bank's responsibility to ensure that we support the Black community, and this is consistent, it's strategic, and it's just not like a moment now, right? And it goes back to what I think it was Shelley-Ann or Neka said in terms of you anchor this on deep insights. And I think that's what we need to do and get more engaged. And that's what we have done. So hold us accountable for that. I will tell you that after the horrific death of George Floyd, you know, a lot of organizations were looking for ways to show that they were supportive, right? They were, and you know what? And that's good. However, for us at the TD Bank, we took a step back because, you know what? Here's the thing. I was hired in the TD Bank in 2005, almost 20 years ago, as the first full-time employee hired to support diversity and inclusion. That was almost 20 years ago, okay? And my responsibility was to get out there and to ensure that I strengthened our brand with diverse communities. I was a one-man shop at the time, including the Black community. That was my responsibility. I went and knocked on doors of nonprofit organizations. They fell off their chair, by the way. They couldn't believe a bank came and have a conversation. And I'm not saying that to be boastful. What I'm saying is it was strategic. It was 20 years ago. So when what happened to George Floyd, we knew that, we're on this journey. However, we knew that we had to do this in a more accelerated fashion. And we were very, very honest with the public to say that we're not immune to this stuff either. That's why we need to double down even more and to be more strategic. So what we did was we went to market and we asked our Black communities, what should we do to do a better job? And we actually hired a Black research firm, by the way, so that folks felt, you know, honest and authentic to give us information.
Yes.
And that's what we anchored our strategy on, in addition to asking our employees. And we anchor the strategy on that. So we have a strategy. It's a long-term strategy, but it starts with, this is important for the Black community. So you can hold us honest, and TD Bank, this is our responsibility. But let's be real now, okay? It is also the Black community's responsibility for us to come together too also, right? The power of the collective is important. On this stage right now, this is a snippet of the brains and the beauty, by the way, in the Black community, right? It's like a All right, honestly, this is, harness. It is our generation to thrive. No longer that we're trying to survive, we're going to thrive. And the reason why I'm saying the dual, going to anchor back up the dual accountability and responsibility. So think of me as a banker and think of the community and I and my team interacting with the community. What we want to see is also, we want to see the Black community working together to show impact. That's how you get more support from organization. And then when we launch our strategy, the reason why we did that, because we got that insights from Black community. We got it. That help us, empower us. This is our time to learn more. We know this is intuitive, but it's about put it in practice.
Yeah.
And that's when we said, there is a role for us to play as a bank, but at the center of it, at the center of this is our Black community. And we reach out and we join partnership with BOF, one of the largest funding to a Black-led organization from a bank perspective. And also FACE, we work with FACE. But then in addition to that, what we did was we went across the country, and most of the organizations across the country supporting Black entrepreneurs, by the way, we were already supporting them. So what we wanted to do is we want to help the organizations and help the community build this ecosystem of support to create impact. And the reason why that's as important is when you show up as a united front to the government or to corporation, you have a lot more legs to stand on to actually get more than doing it piecemeal. And I have seen that come to fruition. So to wrap it up a little bit is back in 2005, when I got the job, I went out there and just started searching for Black organization. And what I saw at the time was a quick example. For Black History Month, there were so many people back in Toronto, especially, doing so many initiatives for Black History Month. They were all over the place, and they all came to us individually. You know what we did? We invite them to TD Bank in the towers. We sat them at the boardroom, and we said, what's the purpose? What's the vision? Some of them didn't even know each other, or actually they knew of each other, but did not partner up together. And we sat there, we ideated, and I'll wrap the story up. We sat there, we ideated, and we came out of there with a one collective vision in what we're doing for Black History Month. And we said, okay, we will provide the access to you all. We want you all to come together. And from that day on, it has become the most successful Black History Month programming right across Canada. That's impact and that's power.
That is impact and that is power. And thank you so much for bringing this back to not only, accountability, but it's also being vulnerable. Let's be real. When you keep these organizations accountable, you force them to be vulnerable with you. And you force them to open some of the things that they don't necessarily want to open. And let's be real, within our community, we do struggle with being vulnerable because we know how much hurt it can cause us. So it's a huge conversation that we just opened here in terms of accountability. So thank you, Al, for bringing this forward. Really appreciate it. I do have Nneka and Craig to complement. So how do we solve that fragmentation in your point of view?
You want to jump ahead or?
Craig, you already ready. Like you were there. Like it's like.
Yeah, and I think. Yeah, and I think it is important that we do understand the importance of working together strategically, and strategy is the key part, because then instead of competing for a small amount of money like it's Games of Thrones, we can say we'll go in together, but we want more money. And that's something we need to do a better job of. And I you know, again, and here we are, and again, congratulations to BEBC Society for doing this, for Jackie. And we need to get, you know, Andrew, we need to get some money to BEBC Society, right? Because as we're talking about this, when we, you know, it is important, and this is one of the reasons why we're investing here, and we've invested in many businesses here, in Black women entrepreneurship conferences and so on, because as Jackie says, a lot of times things get very Ontario-centric and very GTA-centric, and it's important, we feel that it is a role that we have to play to ensure that the voices in Halifax and in Montreal and Laval and in Alberta and BC are as loud, and we help to amplify that. You know, we have 2 of our board members are in BC, and we ensure that that voice is heard around our table, and we ensure those investments. We've talked about the potential of a change in government. What we need to do is ensure that the language we're using to position ourselves and the models we're creating are sustainable ones, so it doesn't matter who's in government. So we need to talk, so for example, our model is about creating investment opportunities. So it doesn't matter who's in government.
Yes.
Right? We're creating funds where we then go to philanthropy and say, you're sitting on some money, come invest it here. We can go to government and say, come invest here for a return, right? We're not asking for donations or whatever, but that's a model to be able to do that. And for example, in terms of our model, we've had commitments of $5 million from National Bank from 3 years ago for our investment strategy. And we told them, hang on to that, we'll get to you. We have a plan we're implementing. People are drowning, it's a pandemic. We need to get money out to organizations.
Yes.
We need to get our charitable status. We're going to develop a lending program. Then we're going to build a structure that doesn't jeopardize our charitable strategy. Now we'll get to you. And then we've had other institutions who have committed similar type funds to us. There's not too many organizations I can tell you that we've told $15, $20 million, hold on, we'll get to you. So that level of confidence in our model, but also in saying we are confident in our strategy, and we're also confident enough in what we're doing that we know our value. My mother always said, any negotiations you go in, make sure you know your value first. So we're confident enough to say we're not going to change our strategy to get the money. And now we have more people lined up behind it going, we want to get involved in that model, because they recognize that we have made that focus to, again, raise a standard and so on. So that is important in terms of that sustainability piece. The other part is to make sure, and I think this is something that we recognize as part of our voice, is that convening voice. So in terms of justice, Andrew mentioned a justice strategy. We have a national justice working group who is in conversation with and consulting with the justice group. 2 members of our BOF National Justice Working Group are on the steering committee of the Justice Working Group. We're currently working in the health side to advocate to government on the development of a national Black health strategy. So all of these things are important. So the advocacy role, the convening role, and also ensuring that, and this is a part that is dangerous, that because you're getting money from a certain source, whether it be corporations or philanthropy or government, you still have a role in being a critique when necessary for your community, especially if you receive money from government, because you have their ear and you have power. And this is something, it's a conversation I've had with many of the, the funding intermediaries. I said, we have a role. And in particular, last year when I was here, when as the Black African asylum seeker crisis in Toronto was taking shape, and I was here in Vancouver going back, and we were involved in the ground, doing a lot of capacity building, support to organizations on the ground, advocating to government, right down to telling government, put some flipping showers, portable toilets there, for the churches that are sheltering these people. This is your job.
Yes.
But we have to be able to say that. And to government, when the announcement of, the extension of the decade for people of African descent. I'm like, that's the same week as a Black African asylum seeker died in Mississauga outside of a shelter. And I have those conversations with government. My organization does. We have to. So we have to be able, that's how we keep moving forward, right? If we say there's a 100-meter chasm in terms of the racial gap, and we're given a 20-meter bridge,
we're not crossing anywhere. We're not going
We
anywhere.
have to stop celebrating the 20-meter bridge. We want a flipping 100-meter bridge, a 90-meter bridge, and helping us. So that is part of it. So understanding our strategy, understanding what our objective is, and ensuring that we keep pushing for the objective and that we don't just kind of quiet down when it's done. So we should celebrate the success, and there's tremendous strides have been made in terms of the investments by government. As Andrew said, the investments are unprecedented.
Unprecedented.
Right? But
many to go.
And we have to keep that up. So the way to do that, and this is the way government works, you have to praise and praise government for what they're doing, and praise philanthropy and praise corporate, give them their due, but also say, let's keep carrying you along.
Yes.
With the objectives.
Yes.
And here's how you can continue to invest and grow. And here's the return, because it's about a return. Like when we talk to the banks, the banks are a business.
It is.
What is the business value proposition you're returning? With government, it's about votes, right? At the end of the day, it's understanding the game, understanding the objectives of whoever your funding source is. And don't think they're just giving it to you because you're a nice person. It could be a nice person.
Yeah.
But understand what is their objective, and make sure you are returning that value to them in a meaningful way.
Absolutely. And it benefits all of us at the end of the day. I think thank you. It benefits all of us at the end of the day. I think no matter if we're talking justice, health, or housing, I'm so excited about that new program you spoke to us about. I think once we are, as citizens, healthier, have our feeling that we're seen, understood, we are better able to go support. We are better able to consider resting and lending a hand to our fellow workers in order to just be there at every corner. So whenever somebody strays, then we can stand up, because that is also something that we need to understand. If you're not in shape to support with that Black asylum crisis, how are we able to put somebody else behind you that is going to lift you up when you're down, So it's a really big conversation on also the connections we can build and the sustainability behind it. So Nneka, I don't know if you have anything to add, but I would love to hear your perspective.
Thank you so much, Craig. I absolutely agree with your points. For the fragmentation you had mentioned, what I have seen is that we've got groups and organizations, charities, nonprofit working in silos. And when this happens, we see that we're not able to collaborate or leverage resources, and also provide the wraparound services that our community needs desperately. And how do we solve that? I can see a lot of people in this space. I know some of us are leaders of nonprofits and charities in our various locations. We could use this as a networking opportunity to get to know what each and every one of us are doing, and get to know how our roles or working communities intersect. That is something as a funder, we get to see the gaps, because for instance, if we're funding a project around homelessness, another group is solving a problem around food security, but there's always a high possibility that they serve the same community person.
Yes.
But how do we intersect or network and collaborate in a way that we could provide wraparound services to the communities we serve? I think is a question we can leave this space with today.
Absolutely.
In terms of sustainable funding, I would want to add that that's the model that the FFBC is built upon, the endowment fund model. I'm fortunate to have worked with a community foundation that is over 35 years old. And this community foundation was seeded with $15 million. Right now, that community foundation is worth close to $800 million. That's the power of an endowment fund or endowment model. These are innovative models that we could bring into the Black community, which we have with the $200 million endowment fund. We are grateful from the feds, but we could do more with this. As an endowment model, we can only grant out a percentage of the return on investment.
Yes.
And we know that the problems in our community, the complex issues that we have, come up as priorities. They can't wait for years to be solved. And so thinking through this model and thinking through the ways that we can be more reactive to solve complex issues that are always showing up on a daily in our communities is what keeps us awake all night. And we hold ourselves accountable because we know that we don't also speak on behalf of all Black communities, but we're learning as we're going. So we are hoping that, the much needed change with you and us, with everyone, is done in our communities. Thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. I'm noticing some people are grabbing their phones, so I'm just going to ask you a few questions so that we can continue and keep you engaged, because what is happening over here is extremely important. For me it is, but for all of us. So knowing Nneka just mentioned we need to leave here with knowledge. Who knew about any of these organizations? Let's start with Canadian Heritage. Who knew about Canadian Heritage before coming here? Okay. A great majority. Okay. Who knew about the work that Shelly-Ann was doing in BC? The BC people, most probably. Good, good. FFBC, the Foundation for Black Communities. Okay, okay. If we're talking about Black opportunity, before the video. Before the video, keep your hands up. Okay, okay, a good majority. How about TD? Now, keep your hand up, keep your hand up. Did you know there was somebody like Al at TD? No. If you knew, keep your hand up. All my followers on Facebook. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So thank you for answering those questions, because you know what? You're here for a reason. You're not here only for you. If you thought it was only for you, you're mistaken. You're here so that whatever anybody on this stage is saying, you need to bring back to your best friend, your sister, your brother, your mother, your auntie. The family reunion needs to get serious, okay? Needs to get serious, because I'm keeping you accountable in your dreams now, okay? No pressure, but big pressure. You hold a responsibility because you're witnessing a moment, a historical moment, to bring this back to somebody. May it be one person or a whole room full of people. There is a conversation to be had about how do we build bridges with the people the closest to us, but build bridges for the businesses we build and the people who are going to come after us. Yes? Yes? Thank you, Jackie. Yes, Jackie felt that. Jackie felt that. We're coming to you with questions. Give me a few minutes, okay? So you went so straight to I shared some of the questions with them before, so they actually used their time to express themselves on the answers. But Shelly-Ann, I want to focus with you just a little bit. So your work focuses on transforming people's lives through coaching and training. What do you recommend? This is for you, listen up. What do you recommend when trust is eroded and people have a hard time considering building bridges or reconciling with partners, with people, with family, with organizations that have hurt them? The hurt is there, okay? And sometimes it's still bleeding, Instead of feeding into the divide and conquer mentality, how can we leverage the fact that we are not a monolith to reach our overall vision?
Thank you for that powerful question. And it's
Thankful it's not you.
I know, right? I saw that question that you sent before. I was like, oh Lord, you're trying to get me. But you know what? It's, as you said, we're not a monolith. And when trust is eroded, often we need time, we need space to breathe, to catch our breath. Because when we have any type of relationship and it's been great and lovely and all that stuff, and then there's been a break in trust, sometimes people are in shock. They lose their footing and they don't know how to move forward, if they want to move forward, if it's safe to move forward. So sometimes we just need to pause. And it's important to give people the space to pause if that's what they need, right? And once people have paused and assessed maybe their own value system, is it in alignment with their value system to move forward with that individual? Maybe it is, and maybe it's not. And if it's not, that's okay.
That is.
Right? And we need to acknowledge that that's okay, because I think sometimes we come from this idea of like everybody has to kumbaya all the time. But if there's a breakdown in alignment of values, maybe we don't kumbaya with them, and it's okay. And maybe we just acknowledge them when we see them and say, you know, it's okay, right?
Do your thing, let me do my
right.
thing,
And
shorty.
absolutely. The other thing I'll say though, if we truly value that person and that friendship, that's where communication really kicks in. And with technology, there's so many ways that we can communicate with folks. So, it might be a text, it might be a WhatsApp, it might be a phone call, it might be a meeting in person. And sometimes it may take another community member to come in and facilitate those conversations, who could be a neutral third party, who really wants to see that relationship continue, because maybe that's what both parties desire, right? So, I mean, a big part of when the trust is eroded is just acknowledging that there's sometimes hurt. And we don't always know the whole story, right? Because we have our view of what had happened, they have their view of what had happened, but that might not be the full story of other players in the background. And as we know, our own traumas that we may carry, which means that we're interpreting the situations very differently.
Yes.
Right? So again, my thing is looking at our own internal value system. Is this a relationship that we truly value and we want to have moving forward? Or is this a relationship that we feel that we are compelled to because of maybe familial reasons, right? Is our mom, dad, cousin, sister, are they putting the pressure that we maintain that relationship? Maybe, maybe not. But again, we have the power to say no or yes. We have choice. So again, for me, I look at value system. I look at, for me, a large part of that is integrity. And also giving people grace and compassion is big for me. So maybe there's been a breakdown. Have we taken a moment to step back and say, you know what, maybe there was something going on that we are not aware of? And so maybe we approach it with come from a place of curiosity, not accusation, but really like, I wonder if there's something up. And for me, it's also coming from that heart-centered approach. Like some folks that are in the audience know I'm a solo parent. I have a toddler. My life is hectic. And, sometimes my intentions are amazing to do all the things. And then exhaustion hits. Right? And so I do often ask for compassion, grace, and all the things. And as was mentioned here, the idea of building those bridges. And I think what you said was really key in terms of it's not just about us in this room having this conversation, but also thinking about who can we support, who needs the support that may not even be able to ask for the support because they're so busy doing the things that they're doing. So again, sometimes when we see a person struggling, offering it can be very powerful. So I kind of went all over the map. But
No, not at all. The map was clear and we got some work to do, clearly. I do want to jump from your answer to some of the other people in the panel. And this is, you have the right to not answer. So if ever you don't want to answer, it's fine. But I would love to know, what we just spoke about does require, it's the basis of a connection. You want to keep it? Do you want to keep it or you don't want to keep it? Is the values aligned? Do you retrust that person? How do you rebuild that trust, et cetera, et cetera? Conflict in our communities, within our organizations, between our organizations, often occur because that is life, okay? That's how life works. I would love to know, how do you foster that trust between the different organizations on this stage, if ever you work together, and with organizations that might not be here today, but you need to foster that trust. It's kind of the familial type of thing, because if you're not fostering that relationship, if you're not fostering that trust, it looks bad on you, it looks bad on them, it looks bad on us as a community. So how do you foster that trust in your work and your organizations? And how do you think it's contributing to building community? So any of you could go. I know this.
I could talk from a corporate standpoint.
Absolutely, absolutely. Any standpoint, because you're here.
Yeah, and we had a conversation about the power of the collective, working together. I'll let Craig and folks talk about that from a community standpoint. I have my own view on that and my role as an advisor to the community. And I think that's what I do a lot in my role at a TD Bank, because I have a lot of access in the bank in terms of what my role is. So I act as this convener and I bring folks together. And again, it's the center of the community, right? And that's where Al will come forward and advise. That is my responsibility. And I've advised many organizations in a way when I said deliver the bank to the community, in terms of I've advised organizations and how they can partner, and I connect the dots to act as greater, Craig mentioned it, to act that greater impact. So that's kind of what we do. But at the TD Bank, we have this mantra, you mentioned that, it's called each one, teach one. Right? And it's real. We have mentorship programs in the bank where we have each one teach one. It is my responsibility as a leader in the bank to teach others. Right? So at the bank, what we do is in terms of, what's in our control in the bank. And even the same adage I mentioned before about dual accountability and responsibility. Leaders like myself, like Black executives in the bank, we know what's in our control in our organization. This is what we need to do to collaborate amongst each other. And we are so intentional about this. And I have all my peers across this country from coast to coast, including the States, actually. And you know what? We come together and we foster that, the goodness, what's our North Star, what we're trying to accomplish, right? That's what we do. And we have very honest conversation, and that's in our control. And I think, and we can't blame anyone. We really can't. Think about that, right? We can't blame anyone. That's in our control. And I would love to see more of that. So within TD Bank, that's what we do. We have our employee resource group, actually becomes our business resource group, because employees actually, once we come together and we strategize, we actually inform the organization what to do.
Absolutely.
We do. And that's a power, right? We have over 100,000 employees in this organization. A healthy amount of it is a Black community. And when we come together, we inform with insights to the organization what to do, organizations to support, etc. That is what we do, right? So that's in our control. And so that's what we do in terms of just trying to break down, as you mentioned, in a subtle way.
Yes,
and come together.
Yeah. Absolutely. And this is hard, and thank you. 100,000 people, and it ain't easy. Where do you see what they're doing? Jumping from one person to the other. Do you want to speak on this? You could talk about it with people one-on-one later. I'm not pressuring you because I know conflict and solving and problem solving.
Yeah, conflict would always occur. So
yes.
Craig and I just said a private joke that I wanted to go first before I forget what I wanted to say. Great question, by the way. From my viewpoint, when you look at organizational conflict, organizations are run by people. So we have to drill down to individuals, right? We will have conflict in our homes, in our places of work, in our places of worship, in our places of business, all around us. But it's the ability to navigate the conflict and agree to disagree sometimes and agree to work together. That is key. I am a firm believer of there's always two sides to a story. Open communication, I have seen, has been very effective in navigating conflict resolutions.
Absolutely.
Trust. I had a mentor some years ago. She used to be our director of donor services in my former place of work. She had a saying that trust could be, it takes years to build trust, decades, centuries to build trust, and it can be gone in a minute. Most philanthropic foundations, or all philanthropic foundations, has as our USP, a unique selling point, trust. Trust within the communities that we serve, trust to our funders, trust with our donors, trust with our collaborators and partners. Without trust, we don't exist. So our DNA is trust.
Yes.
Will conflict occur? Yes. And the question is, how do we intend to navigate them or build relationships while building trust within the communities and the groups we partner with? It's communication, openness, creating safe spaces and places where we could be where we could be ourselves and also communicate what our pain points are. Breaking bread. Getting to know each other.
Yes.
Deeply and in a meaningful way. Sometimes you would see instances where someone could wake up and say, hey, I don't like this person. Do you know this person? Maybe, but he doesn't smile at me or she doesn't smile at me. Do you know what that person might have been carrying on her shoulders or his shoulders? Do you know what baggage they carry? Do you know what baggage they bring to the fore? Being able to see beyond the physical and hone into our emotional intelligence and intuition always helps.
Absolutely.
So I just thought to share this before I forget.
Yes. Let's be real.
I can't follow that.
Yeah, we're not all smilers, and it's okay. Like why does it make you uneasy that I don't smile? Is the question. It's not about the smiling part. Like, why do we expect people to smile all the time? Some people don't smile and they're very good people, you know? Like, let's be real. Like, anyways, and let me just not enter in this because we don't have a lot of time left. So in a minute, I know, Andrew, I felt you wanted to say something. Maybe I'm not feeling right. Or Craig wanted to go.
If I were to just jump in there briefly, I mean, I think Nneka said things so beautifully. There isn't a lot more to add, but maybe I'll just try to, a couple little points. You know, one was really what you were getting at there. Right. And it was that importance of investing in relationships. You talked about breaking bread, getting to know another person. And I think that's one of the things that is really true. It's actually that you have to earn that trust.
Yes.
And so it's that investment to develop trust. And that helps you get to a point where when there is conflict, you may be able to find a way through the conflict. So I think that was just one point really to mention there. And, you know, it really is so crucial to, I think, the work that we all do, but this is particularly something that we know in government. And I would say perhaps we've learned as well from Indigenous people. In fact, very often now we talk about working at the speed of trust. And it's really recognition of the fact that it's only as we develop that trust that we can do things together.
Absolutely. And working at the speed of trust. You should write that down somewhere. Anybody, okay? Write it down somewhere. Beautiful. Thank you, Andrew. Craig?
Yeah, the working at the speed of trust is actually a mantra that our chair, Ray Williams, says over and over, as well as our other mantra, we back Black. Yeah. But yeah, and I love what has been said, and I love the framing because we're talking about it in terms of personal and family and so on. And a lot of it is about being gentle with yourself and being gentle with others, and then with organizationally and even within organization. When you talk about things like trust and mediating between people and communication, I mean, if you look at it from an employer perspective, you know, think about it. If there is conflict in a situation, there is ways to handle it. And there are times when you can't force, which Shelley-Ann said, you can't force them into that situation where you may be, because you want everything to be okay, you're forcing people into a situation which may be dangerous or toxic for somebody else. And that you have to be careful about that.
Absolutely.
Right? So we don't all have to get a lot. There's also nothing wrong with conflict. Because conflict is good. If everybody always got along, and I mean, this idea that the billions of people who share the same melanin on the planet are one monolithic group that sings and gets together. I'm like,
Kumbaya.
I'm like, all white people don't get along, all Asian. We have the same right to disagree as everybody else. That's what equity is about, and that's okay. But we should come from a place of trust and also a place of integrity. So how we do things is important, and the communication is incredibly important. I mean, one of the things that people always know where I'm coming from because I'm going to tell you, and then I'm done. I don't live in it. I don't, whatever. But we are also, so from an organizational perspective, I will now talk about in terms of collaboration. So from Black Opportunity Fund started, and this is before I came on board, it's about collaboration. There's organizations in this room we collaborate with. We've reached out to BBC. Let's get together. I said, BBC, Jackie, you need to meet Doug Minter from Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. And I'm like, get in a room. We're making that phone call, and boom, now you're going to have an MOU. Doug Minter, I'm like, Tiffany, you need to meet Doug Minter, Tiffany Callender they now have an MOU. That's how we work.
Yeah.
And that is important for us to do it. To find organizations that are aligned and they want to work with you. And sometimes the alignment may not happen at that time. And that's okay. So it may not, you don't need to do it today. It could be down the road. It could be, all right, we'll get to you. We got our stuff to do. And then 2 years from now, let's get together and break our bread, eat our food and whatever, and then we're good. Yeah, and that's okay. But you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Everybody, we didn't have to be, and also, you make the effort and you try to reach out and you say, all right, let's do, and then it doesn't work that time. Then you try again, and it doesn't work that time. And after third and fourth time, it's okay to say, all right, I'm tired. I got my strategy to work to. You cannot jeopardize your strategy because you're more focused on, well, we want everybody to get along. No, we can work in alignment and, as you said, politely disagree, but still support each other's vision, and that's okay. And we must support each other. So that's the important thing.
Yes, and
regardless, we could disagree, but we support you, and we pray for your success and put it to the universe. And say, and when we cheer for your success too.
Yeah.
And that's okay. So we have to be okay with that. And we have to give ourselves space as human beings. Just be gentle with ourselves.
Yes. Right? And yes, clap. Yes. And
Can I say one thing quickly?
Of course.
There's one thing that I've noticed and that has helped me succeed in personally and professionally is the vulnerability to understand when to lead and when to support. Too often, we do not understand the fundamental, and as a leader especially, you need to understand when to lead, what's in your control, and when to support. And I think what I have seen a lot, especially in our community, everyone want to lead all the time.
Amen.
And we need to figure that piece out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Amen. Amen.
And we are running out of time, and I am the leader of this place. So,
Good one. Good segue. I like that.
no, seriously, I have to say the gems so far have been incredible. I think that you are a group of people who have entered this conversation with an open heart, and I need to tell you how grateful I am about that. Really, thank you. I know we have so much we could have covered, and we still have so much we can cover because lunch is around the corner, so we can continue the conversation. I do want to say though, I want to talk about the future. I want to talk about what do you envision for our communities? What should people in this room and online keep in mind to be of better support to your work, to what you're doing, to how essential your work is? I'll leave you 1 minute per person, which goes over time in my watch, but I will give you that. What do you envision for the future? And how can we better support you in that vision? Let's start with Andrew, and then we can go all the way to me.
Great. Thanks again. And I guess to sum things up quickly, I would say one, I think that we've seen tremendous progress in terms of Black communities in Canada, as well as in terms of support for Black communities.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really hope that that will continue into the future. And I think that really is the path forward. I don't see going back on either of those things. What I think, I would say, how can people support, and particularly from my perspective as someone who is in government, I would say is really being clear about the sort of actions that you're looking for from your governments. And I would say not just the federal government, your provincial or territorial government, your local government as well. But being clear about the actions that you're looking for, raising those with your local politicians, and something I think Neka mentioned earlier, and also letting them know when they're doing things right. That's what's going to get their attention. So let them know what they're doing right and ask for the additional things that they need to do.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Shelley-Ann.
Yeah, I think moving forward, I would like to see us continue to connect from a regional perspective, and again, across the country, because there's so many brilliant minds and we're in silos oftentimes. So finding different ways, diverse ways to connect. Again, this being a hybrid event makes it more accessible.
Yes.
So that's really important. And I guess the ask would be, when you see someone who is, in need of something, think about how you can potentially offer, if they, see if they're open to offering whatever services either of or that you can offer yourself. So again, think about how you can build those community connections rather than, again, thinking about oneself. It's how do we connect the dots and continue to unify as a community.
Thank you, Shelley-Ann. Very beautiful, beautiful.
For me, I think the future, I'm hopeful for the future. We have started on the right path, though it's a very long journey, but we started it right, and we've started it together. So that's for me, makes it hopeful. What next for FFBC? We'll be going out in the fall to seek for proposals for our next funding stream, the Black Idea Grants 2.0. Two things. We'll be looking out for applications and also for community selection circle members. We are leveraging on the participatory grant making model, and where community is focused or centered in the decisions made. So please follow us on our all our social handles, and feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn if you want to hear more about the work we do at FFBC. We have an open door policy that we make out time for community, and we will definitely make out time once you reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Nneka. Reach out, that's what you do. Black Opportunity Fund, Craig. Future, and what do you need us to do?
Well, I mean, the future is we're trying to work ourselves out of business, right? It's that we achieve something that is sustainable, that we don't need to exist anymore, because equity and opportunity for Black people is just baked into the everyday. That's the goal we're all working on together. In terms of as leaders, what is important for us as community leaders, as business leaders, is just be humble. And I think that the humility is very important. As I'll mention, you know, a lot of times you're in this room and everybody's a CEO. And you know, at some of these conferences you're at with not-for-profits, where I'm like, okay, I just talked to 6 people who have the exact same audience, their same purpose, and they work together, buy computers together, do thing orders together, find ways. If you're in this conference and this is about networking, you should be connecting with people beside you to say, well, there's somebody in here who has who's doing a business that can benefit yours and advance, and vice versa. So make those connections. That's the important thing for these types of events. But in terms of future state, is just that humility to remember you're here as a steward for the community, right? You're not more important than the community. So get out of your own way and always remember it's about service. That's it, service. Your job is to support your community in any way you can, and that has to be more important than you know, while you're taking care of yourself. But it is more important. Remember why you're here, and remember why you got put here.
Yes. Thank you, Craig. Al, the last word.
The last one, quickly. All right. Similar to Craig, my job is really to work myself out of a job. And this is just business as usual. This is what we do. It's also the hardest part of my job to do that also, right? We have made a lot of strides. From a community standpoint, I really believe that, you know, what I said before is the power of the collective. If we can harness the power of the collective in our community, we will flourish. We will flourish. The snippet on the stage here, just imagine the collective. Our network is our net worth. We know that saying, and it's so true. For me at the TD Bank, my ask of you all is, in order for us to succeed and go to the next level, people are our greatest asset. And I am looking for the best and brightest in the Black community, from coast to coast to coast, to join the TD Bank to help us deliver on our mandate to deliver the best of the bank to the Black community. That's my ask of everyone in this room and online. We are looking for the best and brightest of the Black community to join the TD Bank.
Thank you. Yes. I have one question over here. Andrea, nothing online so far. Okay. We're going to take the question here, and whoa. And the hands are going up. Okay. So unfortunately, we will have to take only 2 questions in the room. So we'll start with the young person over here. Oops, the sound. He's running to put you up. He's running to make you. Okay, you're gonna be there. Perfect.
Test. Hi.
Yes. Hi.
How's it going? I'm
great,
Tika.
Great. Thank you.
I'm a musician and a composer, and really, really happy to be here. You guys are amazing at what you each respectively do. My question is about mentorship, and when you know it's ready, when you know you're ready to pass along the torch of your legacy. It's really imperative, it's hyper imperative for each of you to obviously pass on that knowledge. How do you navigate when you're mentoring somebody and when they might potentially be siphoning your energy and pretending to be you or emulating you versus knowing that it's a real question.
It's a real question.
It's a real
We're
question.
Just feeling what you're saying truly.
Or knowing that that person is ready to step up to the plate to be the next you. You guys are all leaders. Like, have you ever considered those things? Have you ever mentored someone that tried to emulate what you do, stolen your intellectual property, whatever? Anyway, this is a personal question, but
But
I say all that to say that it's imperative for all of us to, as leaders in our respective fields, to be able to pass along the torch. So how do you know when it's time to do so? And how do you know who that person is or who those people are?
Thank you. Very important question.
I can jump in.
Shelley, definitely.
Yeah. I think you've made a few really important points. When do you know it's time to start passing on that legacy? I don't know if there's really a time, to be honest, because you can start at any point, right? Because I think that no matter where we are in our lives, we have something to contribute to others. So whether you're, let's say, in high school or university or just early career stages or late career stages, you have something to offer someone younger than you and even somebody older. So again, when I think about, for example, my event, it's intergenerational because I see the value of folks from, very small to those who have been, are retirees and want to give back and build that community connection. So I don't know if there's a specific time. And then in terms of your other question, when, like, how to navigate when someone is kind of emulating you, well, there's always going to be somebody trying to do that. So then the question is, internally, are you okay with that? And knowing what's your superpower. So knowing what's your unique sauce that they could never bring. They could try, but there's only one you. Right. So, I mean, we know that, what's the saying? When people copy you, it's like the best form of flattery, right? It's going to happen. So the thing is to understand when it happens, how are we going to navigate through that space?
I guess what I'm asking is that when people are emulating you and when we're looking at the dynamic of white people specifically looking to other Black people and looking towards another Black person that might be emulating you, then what then is your jurisdiction? I guess what I'm asking is, how do you know when you're mentoring somebody for the next step or the next phase, or is it more a question of creating systems that they can take with them? Do you know what I mean? I don't know if what I'm saying is making sense.
I'll just jump in really quickly, and then I think a few other folks want to say, but maybe it's also sometimes a formal mentorship and an informal mentorship. So if you find that as going down that road of, I don't know, you can let them know, right? Like, I only have capacity to mentor you for a month, 2 months, whatever it is. And then, thank you, it was great. And, let's proceed in our own separate ways, maybe from that mentorship and just being community.
One other intervention, Craig?
Yeah, and I think this is where you talk about mentorship versus sponsorship, because mentorship is something you put timelines on. Sponsorship is you can mention their name in other rooms and make connections for them, and that's less capacity taken from you. The idea of the relay is important. I'm going to make a very quick analogy. The Beijing Olympics, the Jamaican men's 100-meter team, Usain Bolt ran the third leg, handed off the baton, and this is the analogy we always talk about in mentorship, handed off the baton to Asaf Powell, but then he ran behind him the entire way, cheering him on to the end. That's how we have to start looking at mentorship, because we have this idea that you hand off the baton and you stop running. So we have to continue the race. In fact, Bolt actually ran all the way and beat the Netherlands guy who was running. But that's what we have to look at when we talk about the baton change. That doesn't mean you stop running.
Yes, thank you so much for this. Really appreciate it. I know this is going to be our last question, And again, 2 people here so that we can move to the next step after that. So far, really, I'm enjoying this. Woo! Okay, so we have the last question over here.
Hello, my name is Imbali, and my question is around, you kind of touched on it, Al, earlier about the vulnerability of understanding when to lead and also when to support. I feel like, you know, we are captured by this essence of being a pioneer. We must be the first people to make it and all this kind of things. And I think this is what causes the fractures, but also the silos that we see in our community. So I'm very curious to know, how do we foster being a pioneer within an organization, you know, to not have to start from the ground up, but to be able to come in and be comfortable to be subsumed under something that is already going, and knowing that you can still make a unique impact in that space.
Great question.
Good chance. Good luck. Wow. Wow.
No, you know what? What I would say, great point. And at the TD Bank, I get to see a lot of application come in. And boy, if I see one more application that I'm going to start another community organization for entrepreneur in the same area, that's 3 other, I'm going to say stop. Right? So yeah, you make a great point. And again, what it shows us from a corporate standpoint, it's like, okay, so the community, go back to community and organize yourself up. But I would love to get the perspective for community partners on the stage, because I think that is a question I would love to hear their thoughts on.
Nneka, Craig.
I think it takes a level of humility from you entering a space and asking the question, how do I add to what is existing? I don't need to own it. It doesn't have to be mine. There has to be a collective viewpoint in how we look at issues or instances such as this. I could give an example. When I started my work at Edmonton Community Foundation, and we asked the question, how do we hold ourselves accountable as an organization to the communities that we serve? We started with the demographic. Who do we serve? Who are the end users of the programs? We were not frontline workers. We funded frontline organizations. And I didn't say, could we pull down our granting system? The question I kept asking was, how do we make it better? How do we build upon what we already had? And it wasn't a Nneka grant stream, it's a community grant stream. And based on these levels of conversations, we were able to create a couple of grant streams that were tailored for the Black community. I don't take credit for that. I don't want to take credit for that. I am more focused on the impact that those grant streams will make in our communities, and they are still in existence. I am no more at ECF. It has to be sustainable, and it is sustainable because I am not putting my stamp on it, but instead I helped or supported the creation of something that's sustainable, that's beyond me. Like what Craig said, it takes some humility. It's not about us. It's about the communities that we serve.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But I'm giving Nneka credit for creating it, though.
Yes.
So it's important that we also say, she don't need to say it, but it's important that we do.
Yes, thank you so much. I know, Jackie, you are also the boss here, but we are running out of time. So thank you, everybody on stage. Woohoo! Andrew Brown, Shelly-Ann Vidal, Nneka Otobulu, Greg Wellington, and Al Ramsey, everybody. Thank you so much for this great panel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're just gonna grab a photo together. You can move forward. Yes. While we're doing that, I would like to please ask people what are their takeaways, write it in the chat online. Yes, yes. Oh, Jackie want to join. Okay, so while Jackie's joining, I want to say, oh my God. Okay, let's do this again. Whoops. Yes, no, Craig, change with Nneka. Craig, yes, switch. One. Switch side? Me in the middle now? Why are you like that? Why are we like that? Yeah, we don't have time, bro. Hi. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, each and every one of you. So, you all know what it is now. You all know what it is. My favorite time of the day. Okay. So, promoting Black and people of color food vendors locally, you will enjoy a meal. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I would guide you. Yes, please, sorry. Not like that, but like that. Yes. So, I'm just gonna do this. What is happening? Two reminders before we go to lunch. Before we go to lunch, please let me have your attention. It is time during lunch to go and help Sylvester out with your word, to also buy your raffle ticket if ever you want to win a prize later today and also tomorrow, and the big prize at the gala. Excuse me, gentlemen, ladies, just your attention for 2 more minutes before you go eat. It is also that moment to buy your raffle tickets. I said that already, but I'll remind you, it's $5 at the entrance registration table. And we are back here at 1:30 sharp. Have a great lunch in here and also online. Thank you so much for your attention and see you soon. We are gonna start back very soon, so please everybody take a seat. We are gonna start back very soon. Everybody please take a seat. Hello, welcome, welcome. Hi, same. Amazing, thank you. Welcome everybody. Candace, we're gonna start. We have to start. Test. And 30 seconds, I am back online. And 30 seconds, I am back online with you. Test. Perfect. Please, everybody, take a seat. Take a seat. How is everyone doing? This is not working for me. As you can see, I want to speak. So no music, please, computer. There, hi, excellent. Okay, so let's make sure you see something amazing. Let me start that again. How are you doing? Did you eat well? Oh, that's amazing. After lunch, usually people are like, "Pwah, pwah, pwah. I just ate, I'm just tired." Very happy that you got the energy still. I will continue asking you how you are, because what matters to me is your happiness today. And if you're not great, we need to find solutions to fix that, okay? So first and foremost, everybody online, thank you for rejoining us. I hope you got a chance to take a step back from your screen. I hope that you ate something maybe, spent some time with family, whatever it is. I hope that you took a break to rest. So thank you for joining us back. As I said, it's really important that we don't keep this experience only for us, n'est-ce pas? Si vous êtes sur Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, partagez grandement. You have this card and the little package that you got at the beginning of the day with the Wi-Fi. So as I said earlier, no excuses. If you don't have data, we figured it out for you. Wi-Fi is in the place, so please use Wi-Fi to share on social media and use the hashtag Black Business Summit and follow and tag us at BBC Society. We want to hear from you. No matter what you have to say about us, we want to hear about it. So please share with us. Now, we have a performer coming in. Yes, we have a performer coming in, and I feel like sometimes we forget the importance of storytelling, the importance of sharing our voices. And Njoki describes themselves as a storyteller, a poet, and an imagination alchemist. How beautiful is that? It's very inspiring, eh? Right? Beautifully said. I appreciated that. So let's tap into our imagination to experience something a little bit different from what we experienced so far. So please put your hands together for Njoki Mburu. Thank you.
Urega. Ah, yes. Rĩtwa rĩakwa nĩ Njoki Mbũrũ, mũciĩ nĩ Naikuru. Ndĩrenda kwambĩrĩria nĩ kuuga nĩ thengio. Ndĩrenda kwambĩrĩria nĩ kuuga nĩ thengio kwĩ Ngai witũ, ũrĩa ũheaga ũhotani wa gũkorwo na inyuĩ mũthenya ũyũ mwerũ. My name is Njoki Mbũrũ. My home is Nakuru, Kenya. And I want to begin by thanking the Most High who gives me the joy and the strength to be here with you today. Part of my tradition is storytelling. In many of our traditions, when we start with storytelling, there is a call and a response. And there are so many languages in this room, but for today, I will use Swahili for part of it, only the call and response, actually. I will be teaching you just 2 simple words, and some of you already know this, so if you do, support your neighbor. My call, hadithi, hadithi. And what do you respond? So there are people in the room that know. You respond, hadithi, njoo. Shall we try that with as much strength as you got from lunchtime? Let's do it together. Hadithi, hadithi. There we go. Okay, so take a deep breath and prepare to respond. Hadithi, hadithi. Travel with me. I'm 6 years old. It's a Saturday. The sun and all his cousins have decided to descend upon our farm. I'm outside with my grandmother. It's part of the routine that in the morning, she sweeps the compound. And so she does today, just the pavement while she hums one of her favorite hymns. As I listen to her, I'm playing with rocks and twigs. Usually I have better toys than this. Sometimes I play with my neighbor's kids, but for today they happen to be in town, which is a privilege. Other times I play with our chickens and goats, but because we had one of them for dinner last night, they no longer want to play with me. And my grandpa too is a playmate, but he has decided to retire from that after making him run around too much. So today, I settle with playing with rocks and twigs and asking my grandmother all sorts of questions just because I can. Shosho, I wonder, why are your guavas pink inside, but Mrs. Kimodo, her guavas are white? She responds and keeps sweeping. Shosho, do you think we could travel to Nakuru, Nairobi tomorrow on foot? Little did I know that Nairobi is a 3-hour drive from my home. She responds. I continue with the question, and just as I'm about to ask her another one of my ridiculous questions, we hear the gate rattle. We both look because we know
in this part of our neighborhoods, in fact, this entire farmland, we don't really announce when we're visiting each other. We show up. And so we look to see who is this visitor that had decided to show up on this Saturday. It turns out, as one foot steps in front of the other, it is our dear Shosho Masharia. And as you know, everyone is grandma, everyone is grandpa, and uncle and auntie. So I just call her what I call my grandma, Shosho. And I run to her with joy in my hand and my heart. And she lifts me up with this strength of farming grandmothers. And she rubs her very rough hands that work really, really hard across my face as she says, Mwana wito, gaya koradime, which is our child. God bless you. And she puts me down as we walk over to my grandmother. My grandma at this point has stopped sweeping and is just waiting for her friend to approach her. And I watch them as they begin this ritualistic greeting of abundant joy. It goes something like this. Hiya, wakaraoke, kainewe. And they embrace each other and they stop and pause as they look at each other. And here I am, tiny 6-year-old me, just watching this giant, beautiful women embracing each other with love as they say, Gaya Goshua, God be praised. And as I'm there, just tiny myself, I think to myself and say, one day, I will be as tall as them. I will have a friend so dear to me who will embrace me as such. And when they first see me, they will say, oh, my dear sister, how good it is to see you. And I bring that today into this room as we think of facing the future together. I'm reminded of what my relatives in Southern Africa and what they say as they greet each other. Sawubona. I see you. Sawubona. We will face each other. We'll face the future together if we begin by seeing each other. So think of my 6-year-old self. Think of all the aunties, uncles, grandmas, and grandpas that have seen you. And as you hold the space today and tomorrow to face the future together, begin by looking at the person next to you and say, Sawubona. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The power a story can lay. I saw you put your hand on your chest as if, you know, oh my God, I experienced something. The power of art, but also the power of talent. Congratulations to Njoki. Please a round of applause again. So what we have prepared for the next is like a discussion, but a discussion around something pretty important. Earlier, we were all sitting down here and we were starting to think about connections and building bridges and the impact of all of this. Now, let's talk about wealth. Anybody, like, isn't this an important conversation? Yeah? 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 Hello? Yes? Yes. An important conversation. Anybody care to say why? Yes, you can speak. Why is wealth important? Freedom, power, peace of mind. You can't give what you don't have. So when we're talking about wealth, we're talking about legacy. We're talking about acknowledging the past, but building for the future, right? And when Njoki was talking about her grandma, I thought about my grandma and how wealthy I was to have her with me for so long. Some people never meet their grandma or grandpas. And building wealth is also that. Being an ancestor one day and being proud of that, right? So moderated by none other than Jackie Kasandi. This panel is around building wealth as Black businesses. Please give a warm applause to Jackie as she steps in.
Hey, everybody. Nice to be back for a very, very exciting panel that we're going to have. But before that, it's my greatest pleasure to introduce Colin Lynch. I had Colin Lynch speak last year for the very first time. I had known of him and I'd engaged with him before, and he had appeared in one of our summits, but I'd never actually had him speak. And the panel this morning was telling us about the people that we know that are available that we don't know are available, right? The great panel we had in the morning. Colin was one of those for me. And Cable, who's one of our partners here, and Kofi had an event, and I showed up there and I'm like, wait, there's 80 of you here, lawyers and like financial professionals that I didn't know. And Colin was their keynote speaker. And I was so inspired, and I thought Colin needed to be heard by more Black people because he's a great example of what greatness looks like. Not just because you're a Black person, but because you're just a human being who's lived a great life and done really great things. So you're going to hear Colin speak for 20 minutes, and then I'll join Colin and a few other panelists, as you can see here, and we'll introduce ourselves and we'll have a talk. But so I don't want to say too much, but introduce Colin. Welcome, Colin, to the stage. Hi, Colin. Good to see you. Welcome. Oops, I'm just going to give it on to you so people can get to hear from you.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. How are you? Excellent. Well, look, it's great to be here in Vancouver. My name's Colin Lynch, and my trajectory starts in Scarborough. How many of you have heard of Scarborough before? Oh, wow. Cool. So you know it's in Eastern Toronto, part of the 416. It's, I think, the best part of Toronto. Why? Because we got the best jerk chicken, got the bluffs, got beef patties. It's also the place where Black culture put 416 on the map. Right? Have you heard of The Weeknd? Right, Andre DeGrasse, Scarboroughans, just to name a few. I grew up the son of immigrants. My dad worked crazy hard as a pipe fitter. My mom was an accountant. And during my first 6 years, I was sick a lot. If there was a frequent flyer program for a hospital, I'd be super late. But I was lucky to live in a city and country where that didn't bankrupt my family. And with the money that my family saved with the hospital visits, my parents invested that in me. One of their investments was music lessons. Most people who know me today know that I run one of Canada's largest investment programs. We own nearly $40 billion of investments. Billion, yeah, such as shopping malls, solar farms, apartment buildings, and ports. Our investments provide energy to more than 1 million homes a year. We process more than 20 million trailers in our ports every year. Throughout the USA and Europe, we provide homes to tens of thousands of people around the world, and millions live, work, and play in the environments that we own in over 120 cities in more than 20 countries on 4 continents. But in high school, I was a musician, doing more than 100 performances a year. Everybody at the time thought that music would be my life. So how did a musician end up running a $40 billion investment program? It was through my parents where I learned the first lesson of building wealth. Think of yourself as a business. Invest in yourself and others will invest in you. I invested in myself by pursuing areas of interest that I was really passionate about. I went to Queen's University in Kingston as a musician. I came out with double degrees in business and history. I used the fact that I needed to pay my way through school as an opportunity to pursue new experiences, such as running part of the judicial system at Queen's, working for a professor researching Wall Street, and the board of directors of major Fortune 500 companies around the world. That research helped me score a job working for a Wall Street investment bank known as Morgan Stanley after undergrad. And that income from that job helped me pay my way through Harvard Business School. Networks are a powerful tool. I invested in building a network of mentors, friends, and allies that looked beyond my lack of a trust fund and saw potential. They saw curiosity, transferable skills, and somebody willing to invest in himself. And because I had many interests and passions, I had many varied experiences. Whether working with senior executives in large airlines in Santiago, Chile, or Sao Paulo, Brazil, whether it was working in the headquarters of Barack Obama's presidential campaign, or serving as the acting chair of the board of directors of Toronto Community Housing Corporation, which provides homes to 120,000 people in Toronto. I've met amazing people, I've grew my network, and I've lived incredible experiences. Those experiences, as varied as they are, have made me an better investor. And how is this the case? Well, real estate, infrastructure, private debt, commercial mortgages, all have one thing in common. They serve society in very tangible ways. Think about it for a sec. We live our lives in commercial real estate. This conference is happening in a very cool building, in a very cool venue. It's powered, in terms of the power here, by energy. Many of us got up in apartment buildings. Some of us will go to work for a company that has borrowed money, that has helped that company to expand. Others will go to grocery stores to shop or shopping malls over this weekend. My job is to own, build, and manage those spaces, to provide power to those spaces, and to provide the capital that enables companies, hospitals, and other organizations of all sorts to do what they do best. Our investments and their companies provide employment to thousands of people. They house tens of thousands of people, and they serve millions every day. And we do that so our investors, our union members, teachers, Aboriginal organizations, foundations, and individuals are able to achieve their financial goals. That brings me to my second lesson on having a growth mindset. We are in a time of tremendous change. We're in the world's fourth technological revolution, and in the middle of that revolution, AI has sent that revolution into hyperdrive. We have a new global political order emerging, and this doesn't happen pretty often. Last 4 years has seen a once-in-a-century pandemic. It has seen a health emergency. It has seen economic turbulence. It has seen multiple geopolitical conflicts. And what are the tools that we have to deal with that? They're imperfect at best. Take the economy and the high inflation. To deal with that high inflation, you have central banks that have very high interest rates, as we all know. So what does that mean for you? That means the era of free money, of cheap debt, is gone for now. It means it's tougher to fund expansion. It's tougher to raise money from venture capital and private equity. And it is a bit tougher to dream of that initial public offering. But that's not my main message. If you look at history, some of the world's most successful, greatest companies have begun in the periods of greatest economic turbulence. Think about it. Amazon launched Amazon Web Services, its most profitable segment in 2002. That's 2 years after the tech wreck of 2000 and 1 year after 9/11. Airbnb was founded in, exactly. Uber in 2009. That's right, in the middle of the global financial crisis. Tough times can be a time when life-changing intergenerational wealth is made. And this applies not just to companies. The global financial crisis was a terrible time to be working on Wall Street, and I was. I had no idea what 7 rounds of layoffs felt like until I lived through it. And trust me, I actually didn't think I'd make it. But at the end of it, I was asked to work for the governor of the Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, on the economic financial stability of this country. It was an incredible experience. This is a good time today to leverage that investment in yourself and your network to be curious, expand into new areas, to make moves in your career, or to start something new. And that brings me to my third and final piece of advice. We have one wonderful and precious life. So do something that you're passionate about. Use those skills, those experiences, the networks to have the audacity, the naivety, to believe that you can actually make the world a better place. At the beginning of the pandemic, we saw Black charities shutting down for lack of funding. We saw waves and waves of Black businesses going bankrupt. And I was one of over 50 people who decided to do something about it. So we co-founded the Black Opportunity Fund. And now, well over 400 people have helped thousands of Black-led businesses, charities, nonprofits across the country. And we've done so by providing below market rate loans to businesses. We've provided grants to businesses. We've provided grants to charities. We've had a host of programs, from scholarships to funds to help patients suffering from sickle cell. We've raised tens of millions of dollars, including the largest corporate contribution in the history of our country from TD. And we've launched many innovative programs from the likes of Meta, Amazon, DoorDash, et cetera. It's a huge labor of love. But it is incredible to be able to have impact on so many Black organizations across the country. At the Toronto Symphony Orchestra, I served as a board member and helped recruit and appoint the first Black CEO of a symphony orchestra, a major symphony orchestra in the history of this continent. This has impact on thousands of Black children. You'll see another example of Black excellence. At Queen's, I was one of the youngest board members in the university's history. And over my 9 years on that board, pushed for radical change. One of those areas was on internationalization. And we saw a 7-fold increase in the number of international students, despite people doing a double take, asking me, "You're on the board?" At 111, a large tech incubator, where I also serve on the advisory board, our startups have raised over $2 billion US. And at Sunnybrook Health Sciences Center, 1.3 million people a year receive treatment across our 10 sites. And yesterday, the Toronto City Council elected me chair of the Toronto Investment Board, which invests all the reserve capital of the City of Toronto. And it provides the services that our city relies on. So remember, invest in yourself, because you are the business. Difficult times are when most people are on the sidelines, uncertain to make that next move. Take this moment as the opportune time to grow, to build your skills, experiences, and to network. And finally, let that investment in yourself serve others. Do something, go do something that you're passionate about, that will create value for the world and will make the world a better place. Thanks for having me. I'm going to stop there. And I believe we have a panel.
Thank you so much, Colin. And I think the team outside was waiting for you, but thank you guys. I had him the first time and I was like, wait, can be wealthy? Like there's a good example for me to be wealthy, and I was so impressed. So thank you so much for sharing your story and for inspiring all of us here. So we're just gonna get the rest of the panel to come on in, and then we're gonna discuss building wealth. And Jerry? Troy is here, Raphael is here. True.
I might be the youngest octogenarian in the history. No, I am not. I think the goal is to really be passionate about what you do. And that means personally, I don't spend a lot of time doing things I'm not passionate about. So things that give me a lot of low energy, I just orient away from them. And things that give me a lot of energy, I orient towards them. Which means, you know, everybody clicks differently. If you were to ask me who are the top 20 movie stars, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I wouldn't be able to tell you what the top 5 movies of all time were, because that's just not how I click. And that's fine, that's me. And so therefore I sort of orient around the things that give me a lot of passion. So I spend a lot of time on obviously community endeavors. I spend a lot of time on the investment world, et cetera. So that and spending time where I'm passionate powers me and gives me more energy, and then allows me to do more things.
All right, you can hold your questions for Colin, because we're gonna have a Q&A a little bit after the conversation today, because I know you have a lot of questions for Colin and what he shared. But on stage today is a really, really incredible group of people who've done amazing things in the world, and they're all involved in some way in wealth building for everybody. And so the question for us is, how do we build wealth as Black businesses? How do we define wealth within the Black community as compared with what the rest of the world defines wealth and good things like that? So I'm gonna give you guys each a minute to introduce yourselves, because your titles are really quite large and you've done amazing things. So I'll start with you at the end. I'll start with you. Just introduce yourself, a little bit of what you do, and then we'll go around the panel, and then we'll be good to go.
Hello.
Yeah, you're good.
Hi, I'm Raphael Tachi. I'm a partner at, the company name is from, I'm at Denton's LLP. I act for high net worth and individuals and businesses doing tax planning and trust planning. I grew up in Vancouver, in East Van, went to law school in UVic, and
hello. Hi, my name is Troy Peart. I grew up in Toronto, came out here for school and a wrestling scholarship. I'm the BC chapter lead for COFP, which is the Canadian Association of Urban Financial Professionals. One of the first things I noticed was the lack of Black diversity in Vancouver. And so that's one of my mandates, and I want to make sure that I create that very strong community, because I see the huge need. In my day job, I work with business owners and incorporated professionals in looking at their holistic wealth building.
Excellent. We're going to skip Colin because we now know Colin. And over to you, Justin.
Thank you, Jackie. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone on stage. My name is Justina Iko. My day job, I work for RBC as a management consultant, where I help business groups identify opportunities to drive efficiency and cost savings across all their service lines. On the side, I do volunteer for the Canadian Association of Urban Financial Professionals. Hi, Troy, you look very familiar. Do we work together? So I'm the president of the organization that's been around for 26 years, and we do have chapters in Toronto, BC, and Western Canada. As Troy alluded to, our goal is to drive more inclusivity, not just in financial services, but across where we see lack of representation for our community in Canadian society. So looking forward to having a conversation today.
Yes, hi, my name is Jerry Contelati, and I am just so honored to be part of this panel. I have known Jackie and this amazing organization since 2020. So when we talk about opportunity coming from a tragedy, that's where the opportunity came from. After the tragedy of George Floyd, I worked at Van City as a senior manager then in community investment. And it was all about granting. And of course, we said, where are the Black organizations to grant? And I Googled and I found my amazing, amazing colleagues. And I was so excited to go from having funded like 4% in previous years to 40% of our budget that year, which was around 17 million. So really excited about that. My day job, I've actually just changed titles again. I am Director of Strategic Initiatives at the Van City Community Foundation. And it's really all about giving back and finding ways to give back to the community. Our focus at the Van City Community Foundation is around Black, Indigenous, and equity deserving groups, where we really want to focus our donor advised funds, our programs, really focused in on, and just being very specific when we call it out. It's not just racialized people, it is Indigenous, Black, and others. So really happy to be in an organization that's really focused on that. And I'm happy to continue this conversation.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rosalind Ononeze. I am a realtor who has a degree in music. Actually studied at UBC, so we have that in common. I have a degree in education as well. But I think when I got into real estate, I quickly realized that there's such a gap when it came to home ownership amongst Black people. And I was sick and tired of seeing the same things over and over. So I decided to do something about it. I started a nonprofit that is geared towards educating racialized, but particularly Black people about home ownership, because we are actually the lowest when it comes to home ownership across the country. And I realized that much of it has to do with the lack of education. And so that's why I started my nonprofit, Kyle Realty Association. And that's just a little bit about me.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosalind. And actually, thank you for starting us on that part. As you guys have noticed, the guys on the people on the panel are mostly from the banking industry. So they're looking at wealth from the bank, and they're looking at wealth from the legal perspective. The rest of us are small businesses, or we just, have regular jobs and all of that good stuff. But there's been a lot of conversation about building Black wealth. And so I wanted to start this conversation with defining what wealth is. How do you define wealth from the perspective of your jobs? How is wealth defined within the Black community, and how do we understand it? Because if we don't understand what you're trying to build, how are we going to build it? So what is wealth? If I could start with you, how would you define wealth in the larger sense? How do you define wealth within the Black community? I'll start with you, Raphael.
I don't know if I want to be the first one on this, but for me, the concept of wealth can be abstract, and we kind of sometimes take it away from ourselves, but I think it's better when we define it in our own context, because I think wealth means different things to different people. Mm-hmm. For me, I'm an African immigrant, I'm a Ghanaian in particular. My culture, my relationships, the way I was brought up, my faith are part of what's wealthy about me. Second, and that's something I value that I want to pass on to my family. I'm a trust lawyer. I talk about legacy every day. I talk about giving to the next generation every day. But we have a lot of that we already do and how we do it. And so for me, it is not only financial wealth and being the ability to give something to the next generation, but it's also the ability to pass on my values in more meaningful ways. It's the ability to impact my community in more meaningful ways. Those are all part of how I define wealth. My health, the health of my family and the people that I love are all part of how I define wealth in my context. But I think when we're defining wealth, we want to be clear on what we mean and how it applies to us in our own context.
Thank you. Troy?
I too look at wealth from a holistic standpoint. Oftentimes people look at their balance sheet, looking at their assets versus liabilities, but I think it's a collective of everything that you have. I will echo Colin's piece on investing in yourself, and that is part of your wealth. So it also depends on what stage you're at in terms of your economic wealth versus your social capital and other aspects of wealth.
Yes. Oh, can you put up the mics, please? Yeah, he did it. Thank you. Colin, do you want to go last or do you want to go now?
Whatever you would like me to do, I'm happy to chat now.
Go for it.
So I agree with that. I would separate out wealth and happiness, right? Wealth is not happiness.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people that we would say have less monetary wealth that are very happy. And there are plenty of people that are extremely wealthy from a financial perspective that are not happy. And when you look at their health, when you look at their family, when you look at their personal dynamic, I think there's a lot of feedback on this. So I'm just going to adjust that. Hopefully that's better. When you look at their personal dynamic, their health, their family, you wouldn't describe them as happy. The other brief point I would just make is to the point on balance sheet. Balance sheet is different than your income statement, right? As we know. And many people are focused on the display of wealth versus the balance sheet, i.e. what are the, and just talking money, what are the financial resources available to you or your family? And does that provide the ability to do things or to provide security financially to your family? Those are two different things. And sometimes we get caught up in the display of wealth versus, or the purported display of wealth versus your actual capacity, and not just individually or as a family, but as a community to do things that require wealth.
Right. I'll come back to that point because that's a really, really key point for today. Justina, over to you.
I'm going to try to regurgitate what was said, but add a spin to it. So I'm sure we've all heard about the popular saying, health is wealth, right? I'm not sure if it's interchangeable because wealth has its own definition and health has its own definition. But when you talk about the definition of health, looking at WHO, it takes into account financial, physical, mental, spiritual, and that really determines your ability to be happy. And that also determines your ability to actualize who you are on earth within a period of time. So tying it back to our community, I think there are discrepancies across the definition of health, which indirectly affects our ability to be happy and our ability to build wealth. When you think about building wealth, it's not just about the dollar value, it's the ability to accelerate what you're earning, pass it along, and that keeps passing along to the next generation, and the next generation. So it's valuable if you're not passing it along, and it's not just the finances, it's also education. As well. So I was talking to a lady outside. She's a multidisciplinary artist. She sings, she produces, she writes. She's just amazing. And one thing she mentioned is giving back. And to her, that's her building wealth, where it's transferring the education to people she doesn't even know, not family members, but people who have core interests in our community to do what she does and create that path. So to me, wealth in summary is health, holistic planning, but most importantly, ability to transfer over whatever value you're generating out to your community.
Excellent. Jerry, over to you.
Yes, we had a previous CEO at Van City who used to say, imagine if you lived up on a hill and you had a beautiful house with gorgeous views, but down the hill, there was people, it was a slum area, and is that wealth? Are you wealthy when everybody around you is not? And that really stuck with me. And this is actually something that we talk a lot about when my when my son was born 22 years ago, we had a baby shower for him. And we started this women's group from that baby shower. And it was all Black women. And I had just bought a house, really clawed my way into buying a house. I was a mortgage advisor then at Van City. I was an account manager. And I remember saying, you guys can also own. You don't have to not own. We encouraged each other. And out of those 18 women, they all bought homes. And from there, they've all built their wealth. And for me, that's what I feel is wealth for me, that bringing everybody along, not just me there in my beautiful house, while everybody around me in my community is not really is suffering. And that's what, and when I'm in a position to help people in my community, I am really militant about it. So for me, and I echo what everybody else has said about health, and that is really part of who we are. But it's looking at our community and say, how do we build each other? And that's one thing I feel we lack in the Black community. You see other cultures, oh my God, they build each other up, they help each other out, they're always telling each other where their jobs. Have you ever been at a job where there's more than one Black person at a job? You go to any Tim Hortons, it's all one culture that's working there because they've told each other, there's a job here, how do we build each other and not be so afraid of being seen as, oh my God, there's a Black invasion. We are here to make a difference and to make impact. And there's no way we can do it on our own, being the only person in a department or in owning something instead of bringing all of us along. So sorry, I kind of went into that.
No worries. Thank you. Rosalind?
I like to think of people like trees. Each and every single one of us is like a tree, and we have fruit that has been embedded within us. And part of wealth building is being able to actualize that which is put inside of you and maximize it. But then it's also being able to transfer that fruit. So as a tree, I offer shade to people underneath me, but I also offer nourishment to those who pluck from my tree. And part of having that feeling of being wealthy is the deep connections that are formed within our communities, but also leaving this earth and knowing that I didn't just make money and drive nice cars and wear pretty jewelry, but I actually passed on something for posterity. That's really a crucial point in wealth building.
Excellent. You guys made amazing points, but I wanted to observe one thing. If this panel didn't look like this and we asked that question, would we have gotten the first few answers we got? Where building wealth is more than just the money. Everyone would have gone straight to the economic wealth, right? We in the Black community and the Black culture, we've been brought up to believe that wealth is outside money. It's all the other things that bring joy to us and the people around us. And that's important. That makes our community unique, right? But what I want to focus on is what Colin really separated really well. We're gonna not talk about the happiness part of wealth. We're gonna talk about the economic part of wealth. Where are we as a Black community, and how can we who are Black entrepreneurs and in Black business build wealth properly out of what we do? And as Black community to actually start to focus also on that, because we are on the lowest level of every of those things that you need to count when it comes to economic wealth. But we have an abundance of happiness and joy wealth that other communities don't have. Even if we're going through the worst things in our lives, we'll find joy in tears, right? That's unique about us. But if we were to look at economic wealth, how would we define that in our Black community? How do we actually build it in our Black community? So you guys on the panel, you see people building wealth, you have lots of clients and they're building wealth in different ways. What would you advise, or what things would you want a Black entrepreneur, a Black business, a Black person in the corporate world to start thinking about in terms of building economic wealth? So whether it's real estate or all those other things, because right now, most businesses, most small businesses, and we have thousands of people online watching us now, how would the people watching you now learn from you about how others are building wealth, what we should look at in terms of building wealth, especially if you're a Black entrepreneur? So I'll start with you, Rosalind, and then we'll go around.
I found going into business that a lot of Black businesses operate as a silo. Many of us tend to put our head down and do our work. But unfortunately, part of what it means to be able to thrive is building connections with other businesses. And I don't just mean other Black businesses. It's really important that you are able to reach out and make connections with Indians, Chinese, white people. One of the ways that my father learned to build wealth was he became very close friends with a German man who owned a calendar company, a multi-million-dollar calendar company. And he asked him, as a pastor and someone who is in a field where I'm constantly feeding people, I need something to just back me up in case church doesn't go so well. And he told him about real estate. He taught him how to invest. He taught him how to be able to build that business on the side of building his church. And so that he had that as a hedge to protect him and his family. So it's really important that we're able to build bridges and not just think that I'm an immigrant, I came to this country, I have nothing, and I'm just only going to talk to other Black people. That's a mistake, because there are many other connections that we can make with people whose background and experiences as immigrants are similar to ours, but have different reach than we do.
Excellent, Jerry.
Yeah, when I think about, you really have to diversify. I mean, first of all, if you have a job, that cannot be your 9 to 5 and then you go home and you sleep. You gotta figure out, what about all the other hours of the day, on weekends? What can I do that's gonna help me with what my goals are in life? So, I mean, I've always done side hustles. Like I rent out rooms in my house. I used to before, and got an Airbnb on the side, and just always trying to diversify and think and be creative instead of always just looking at your 9 to 5 job. And even and for me right now, like going to school was really important. And once I got my master's, I decided, okay, I want to teach. And then I started teaching on the side. Sometimes I teach more than I work, it feels like. So I teach at 2 different colleges in the fall. Like I'm teaching quite a bit. So those are just side things that I do, but they're important to me. They keep me grounded, they help me to grow, but also it helps diversify my income in different ways. And I also get to meet different people. And I always just think, if you have the time, you have to do something. You just cannot be a 9 to 5 type of a person.
Justina, thank you.
Amazing. I think there are 3 ways to look at it. You can look at it from the individual perspective, community perspective, and also the corporation level. From the individual perspective, which the 2 ladies alluded to, it's investing in yourself, getting educated on what are the options for you to diversify your wealth, and most importantly, challenging yourself, like looking at yourself and your business. Is this sustainable? Am I gonna make it? Can I sell this business? Does this make sense? And if you can answer that question, those questions, find someone who can direct you to a very honest answer and help you build a plan to, get to your end goal. So that's it on the individual level, where you're investing in yourself and you're learning from those around you, not just those who look like you, but those who've done it really well and who failed and became successful afterwards as well. But from the community perspective, there's something called collaborative economy, where you look for opportunities with other groups of people. So it could be community-based, BBC, CAUFP, for instance, CABL, CAUFP. So CABL is the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers, where we come together to foster opportunities for underdeserved groups. So in this case, Black professionals, Black businesses, but as an individual, you can be part of that community. You can give back, you can volunteer. I think that's another way to do it. At a corporate level, is being able to identify the value proposition as a business owner to why the corporations need to procure your skills. And I know that's what BBC does right now, also tied to education. So the common theme I'm seeing here is education and financial empowerment as how you should do it, right?
Thank you. Colin?
I'll try to say a couple things, but I'm going to use my wife's story as foundation, which is she came to Canada at age 4 and her family lived in a homeless shelter. and they hustled, which encompasses a number of things that have been talked about already, multiple jobs, dealing through a lot of stuff, being fired for a whole bunch of bad reasons, investing in different things that created cash flow, et cetera, and reinvesting and the like. So I'd say that's the story. I'll say a couple of thoughts. One, vision where you want to go. Know your destination. Think about it, dream about it. What does it look like? What does it feel like? Know where you want to go. Number two, have a good sense of where you presently are. So what's your net worth today? Do you know? Do you know your assets? Do you know your liabilities? Do you know your revenue? Do you know your expenses? And do that on a monthly basis. Three, network, but for a reason, two reasons. One, you get to know lots of different people. They help you in whatever endeavor you're looking to do, whether it's buying a home, starting a business, growing your business, finding new customers, et cetera, suppliers. Second, and we talked about other communities, think about synagogue. People talk at synagogue, and in that talking, you share insights. Go here for the best deal. Go there to get a reliable supplier, right? So when you network, learn, ask questions. Ask the questions that you need to figure out the answers to. When you hire, I used to work for McKinsey, a big management consulting firm. We used to have companies hire us. They used to pay millions of dollars. What's the first thing that we did? We went out, interviewed a pile of experts on how this industry worked. What were we doing? We're finding information, right? That's what you should do. Go out, find people who have done this before, interview them, ask your questions, and learn, and then apply. And then the last thing I'd say is so much about life is persisting. Marathon, not a sprint. Easier said than done, for sure. But you'd be surprised. Just think politically, how many people run for office 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, succeed the 4th time, right? A CRM, good business person looking to generate business. You have to go knock on, 100 doors, cold call 2,000 people, send out 3,000 emails. But if you got 5 leads and 3 orders, great. People remember the 3 orders. They don't remember it took 3,000 emails to get the 3 orders, right? So you got to persist.
Thank you. That's really great advice. Troy?
What I'd like to add to the group is, as business owners, you put your blood, sweat, and tears into your passion, hopefully, of your business. And one of the things that I observe is oftentimes you don't know what you don't know. You don't know, let's say, how to structure your business. You don't know, whether you should be incorporated and all those other things. So one of the biggest pieces of advice that I'd give is, Colin touched upon it, is find mentors, find individuals that have done it before, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. The example I'll give is, I was the first one to go to university in my family, and I had to figure everything out the hard way. If I had somebody to help me and support me in saying, these are the programs you should go to, it probably would have made things a lot easier for myself. So along those same lines, as business owners, I would say to do that. And then also make sure that you have that professional advice to help you in that process. And organizations like BEBC support you in that, because it's built and made by business owners for business owners. So don't try and figure it all out yourself. It takes a village.
Excellent. Raphael?
So my answer is the same. I'm just going to, I frame things differently just for myself. So hopefully this helps somebody, but you've already heard all of it. So I call it my financial freedom, the pillars of my financial freedom. There's 4 of them. The first one is my ecosystem. My ecosystem is the people that are closest to me that I surround myself with. My spouse is smarter than I am. She's brilliant. She is focused on money more than I am. One of the things we learned about ourselves when we met was I move things, different things motivate me. For her, financial freedom motivates her. So she thinks all the time about what's my balance sheet, what's my revenue source, That gave me discipline. So I switched roles May 1st. I've been off I took 3 days off. The first one was to check all my benefits to make sure they transferred from the old place to the new place, to identify the gaps in there because we're expecting a baby. I need to understand how different is my medicals, how different is my dental. I'm a partner at a firm. I have to buy in. I have obligations. Can I meet my obligations in the same way that I was before? Because I'm used to one system, I'm moving to a different system. So one is your ecosystem. My spouse is one of them. I doubled my income in 1 year based on my ecosystem. So I have a really good friend of mine. His name is also Raphael. There's 4 of us. We call ourselves the Fufu Warriors. We're all from Ghana. And the Fufu Warriors meet once every month or so. And what we do is we share everything. I knew how much money they each made. They knew how much money I made. They knew my challenges at work. They knew my challenges at home. 1 year, we were talking about our salaries and our different jobs. And one of my friends said, I think there's a really good, I was at TD. TD was paying me well. I was very happy there. But one of my friends said, I think you would do well going back to private practice just based on everything you're doing at TD. And that I'm actually going back to private practice. And this is the offer I just got. And I thought, So I had received an email from a recruiter that I hadn't been responded to because I was happy where I was. So I decided I'm going to email this recruiter and say, what is the market for somebody like me? I doubled my income as of that conversation. Wow. And so your ecosystem matters. Pay attention to who's close to you. Have people you can trust. The key thing is people you can trust. Yeah. Because you have to be vulnerable to them and they have to be vulnerable to you. The other piece is have a plan. So again, I can live with uncertainty, but I live with somebody that is, I need a plan. I need to know where I'm going. And so I know how do I know what my medical covers? Because I live with somebody that wants a plan. Every year we meet at the beginning of the year and say, what is our year going to look like? How is our family going to be part of that? How is our community work going to be part of that? And we plan that. We pick specific conferences because we're both lawyers. We pick specific conferences that allow us to travel together and allows us to bring our child together so that we're together as a family wherever we're going. Because when she left it to me, I spent 1 year, 56 flights alone. We had a 2-year-old at home. That means her and our 2-year-old are home in a new city. At the end of that year, we had a conversation. It was like, that can't happen anymore. That means for the next 2 years, we plan our year together, we plan our conferences together, we plan our family vacations out so that we know what everybody's doing, where we're going to be. That allows us to budget better because I know where I have to be. I know where she has to be. We know what our kids' obligations are. It allows us to arrange childcare way ahead of time. Right? We are able to say, okay, I fly a lot for work. That means I have to save my points because it would be good if grandma came along on this trip with us so that she can babysit the child as we go along. We're not rich, but we're able to plan and take advantage of our financial circumstances better because we coordinate, we plan, we think through, we go ahead. Finally, one of the things I always I give a lot of presentations about you're wealthier than you think. And that's because we don't pay attention to how many of you have jobs? If you have jobs, you probably have RSPs or pension plans, right? It doesn't feel rich because that's not money you can use today, but it's there. You have to have a plan for that. You have to have a plan of what does that mean when I move on, if I have kids. Those things are really important. We're a lot wealthier than we think if we plan better. I know there's a company out that has I bleed green. But that phrase has been something I say to myself. Not because I'm wealthy, but I need to think that way. I need to envision that way. I need to plan that way. So I just want to share that a lot of these things, you don't need, I have an accountant, that's a privilege. I have a financial planner, that's a privilege. But if you identify people that are part of the ecosystem that have skills around that, if you can afford it, that's a great thing to do to build yourself up.
That is brilliant advice. Every single bit that you shared I think we can take it to apply it personally to our lives, but also to business. Every single of those 4 things that you mentioned, actually. Good thing we're recording this and everyone online is watching. I think if we followed those 4 pieces of advice, even as businesses, I think we'd start to succeed. And I'll put my hand up and say, I need that, because I'm not doing that at all. But jumping onto that and the ecosystem, I wanted to talk about building wealth as a collective. If you look at other communities, our Indian brothers and sisters, our Asian brothers and sisters, they're able to work together to buy something together, or to do something together. I don't know that I've seen that in our community, whether in business or in personal. And if we are usually at the lowest level of economic count, right? So which means we need to put our dollars together to be able to start to jumpstart forward if you can't do that, if you don't have a job that allows you to do that. Have you guys seen that in your experience in doing business? What did you speak to that the community at large needs to learn and know, and even just call us to saying, hey, we need to start to form relationships, get to know each other, build trust, and then start to build each other that way collectively as well, as opposed to individually. I'll start with you, Colin.
Okay. A lot can be said about this. You've hit a nail on the head. I'm a generally candid person, I'll be candid here. We have benefited as a community in the last decade because there are more organizations out there to help our community, and that's a good thing. However, too often, it is about individuals and themselves and who they are, their brand, etc., the ego. And too little is it about the community. And is the community benefiting? Is the community gaining? And so, I have personally spent many hours, and some folks would know in this room, how many hours? Hundreds. Negotiating, mediating between different groups and segments in the Black community. And I hate it. And so I think at the end of the day, whether it's community organizations, whether it's businesses or like, we have to know how to co-opetition and be less in competition with each other. And that means checking the egos, be focused on the common goal, and don't forget who we're serving, whether it's businesses or whether it's nonprofits and community organizations. And that's all I would say, because we're running out of time.
That's okay. We're going to steal a bit more.
Can I ruin that?
Minutes.
Just I'm a lawyer and I need to say this because we do this and it happens in our community a lot.
Yeah.
The idea of building together is fantastic, right? Canada, embedded in Canada's laws is relationships to property. I'll give you a story. I was at TD, I was a lawyer, and this file came to me. Jamaican family built a restaurant together. Mom and dad built that restaurant. It has money. The money goes to mom and dad's account. And the idea is that the kids, as they need it, mom and dad will share it. Great idea. They didn't document any of that relationship. Dad dies within months, mom gets a stroke. The kids need access to the money. And as an institution, TD couldn't let them because embedded in Canadian law and all the rules is if the money is in your name, it's your money. The bank wanted to help, but if they gave the money to the wrong person, it would get sued. And so what I tell every community that we come from a collective, a lot of us come from collective environments where we, pull your money, build together, the house that you and your parents are buying. Make sure title reflects the reality. And if it's not there, document it somewhere. I can't tell you how much money we waste because we find ourselves in positions where legal ownership is different from what's called beneficial ownership, like who actually has it, right? So as a community, let's build together, but let's be smart about it. That's all I wanted to be able to share.
Yes.
I have a question for Colin, actually.
Justina?
I have a question for Colin. So you were talking about that competitive nature with all the segments or groups that service the Black community. I've also had similar thoughts on this fragmented, I don't want to call it a market, but it depends on the perspective, but this fragmented space we're in, where you see a lot of groups pop up, especially since 2020. I think the question is like, what is the notion? Like, why are you servicing this community? Is it an opportunity that you see as a capitalist, or is it because you're motivated to uplift those around you? So my question is, do you ever see a future where there is a bit of governance around all of the groups that are popping up? Because think about it as a piece of cake where there are 5 major groups and we need funding. That's 5 large slices of cake, and then we have 10 more, and we're all competing for the same funding. So how do we ensure that there is governance, the right regulation, and the core reason and core purpose is there?
Yeah.
Hold up. That's a really, really good question, but we've run out of time. So I'll give you just a minute to answer it, Colin. And I wanted the rest of the panel to do the rest of it, but I've just been given warning and told, no, thank you. So she's the boss, so I have to listen. So Colin, if you can answer that. I actually wanted Raphael for you to answer as well, but can we make like 1 minute each? If we can just steal a minute. Are you gonna kill me? 1 minute.
Yeah, in brief, it's so absolutely the and, which is proper documentation, proper ownership, et cetera, is super important, 100%. In the world today, we talk ESG, right? Environmental, social, and? Okay, so in our organizations, we need proper governance, right? And it's not just the board and et cetera, it's documentation, it's transparency, it is that process, right? Lots going on in the news today that indicates that we need proper governance. It's not just a Black community thing, by the way. And that's also important to know. Happens in multiple communities. Also, I go back to the point around, you mentioned the different pies and slicing the pies, et cetera. I'll just reiterate, egos. We got to check our egos, govern, document appropriately, but at the end of the day, we got to check the egos and focus on uplifting the community. And in my instances, that's where it comes down to, it's egos.
Yeah, I have to say it's true. I mean, we had in the panel this morning where someone said we all want to be CEOs, so we all want to lead, none of us is listening, but that's ego, what Colin is talking about. We have to be able to be humble, ask for help, learn from each other, and do all that good stuff. This is such an important conversation. I wish we had 2 hours. We really need a lot more time for this conversation, but she's behind me about to kill me. So I'm just gonna thank you so much. I know we were gonna have questions, and online has questions, but we'll come and grab you for more questions. It went too quickly, but thank you so much to all of you. Over to you.
Yes,
Sorry.
Thank you so much. I know how she's making me seem like the bad person, but I also saw some of you on your phones and being a little tired. So I want you to stay engaged. And that's why taking notes. No, yeah, some people, but other people are taking notes like this, you know? So I just want to make sure you stay engaged. And this is why you have time to discuss at the networking later if you have questions for our speakers on stage. So they're not going anywhere, okay? You either, right? I'm just saying, right? Okay. So I think that the photographer wants to take a picture, and I can continue while you're taking the picture with Jackie. A last round of applause for our panel, please. So, this is the time where you're gonna be able to stand, move around, go to the restroom, go grab a Jamaican patty that we just got outside, and we will have you back at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much. See you in 15 minutes. Move around, jump, do something. Alex, put some music for the people, please.
Advocacy is actually one of our most important mandates for BEDT. There's a lot of Black serving organizations, but the one thing we've missed is advocating for us within policy. If you look at programs, if you go to the government, they'll say, we have a lot of programs for small businesses. But most of the time, when Black businesses try to sign up for those programs, we don't qualify. Because the criteria that has been put together eliminates us. They don't do that knowingly. It's just we're not at the table when the criteria is being put together. And so BEBC's most important job is to be in that table. We're doing everything we can, relationships with ministers, with the federal government, with the provincial government, with the city government, to be at that table. So when any sort of policy is being made, any criteria is being made for programs, we want to be there so that when the criteria is out and we apply for programs, we can actually get it. So there is a lot of programs to support businesses, but we don't qualify for them most of the time. So our advocacy is to make sure, A, we are at the table, we're advocating for ourselves, or if there's anything coming in terms of funding, in terms of grants, that we can actually have access to it. And speaking to the government in terms of new programming, right? We want to make sure we're at those tables, not just asking for programming, but effecting how that programming is being done so that when it's actually launched and Black businesses can go in, they can succeed in actually getting money. And so policy advocacy, program advocacy, and that's just not with the government only, it's also with the corporations.
So essentially, with any sort of society or where you bring people together, they have a goal, and the goal could be to bring the collective together in order to achieve something. For BEBC, we are advocating for you. What we are really doing here is providing a platform to lift you, to allow you to leverage things. And in this case, we're providing a platform, for example, for you to be able to access the procurement programs or services for government and corporation. We're providing a platform whereby we are able to gather more Black business together to create connections and synergies as a platform. So when we advocate for you, we really are here to support you and really provide you with the platform that you need in order to lift you.
Oh, well, oh, well, oh, well. I guess I gave the break, but people are just enjoying talking so much. And I feel so bad because we still have to continue. We have such an amazing session and this afternoon, the last session of the day. And we have raffle tickets and we have so much for you, so much, so much. So let's talk about what's gonna happen next. How are you doing? Did you taste the Jamaican patty? Yes? Well, you're holding a burrito that's made by the same entrepreneur who made the Jamaican patties. So if you're tasting that burrito, you'll taste his hand. So how are we feeling over here? Wow, we're gonna test you out because this was okay. I know numbers are gonna win, but you need to be a little bit more powerful. How are we doing over here to my left? You see? Example. Let's try to do something similar. How are we doing over here? Yes, beautiful. So we are close to the end of the first day of the first Black Business Summit in person in Canada. I know you got me, thank you. I believe the organizers saved this discussion last due to how it might resonate with you in a very, very deep way. I know that the people on that panel are gonna get more vulnerable. They're gonna open up a space for you to feel safe enough to share with them. And I would like for you to welcome that part of the day with an open heart, but also open mind, because we're doing this for you, so we hope you feel comfortable, right? In her book, More Than Enough, Elaine Welteroth says, when your dreams are bigger than the places you find yourself in, Sometimes you need to seek out your own reminders that there is more. And there is always more waiting for you on the other side of fear. In the next hour, founders and CEOs and specialists in the field will sit down to share with you their stories and techniques when overcoming hardship and challenges, how they stepped on the other side of fear and they thrived. Please put your hands together for the person who will accompany you in that journey and that intimate and sincere discussion. Dr. Joan Samuel Dennis.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've been waiting all day to see you from this perspective. I'm watching from back there, and it's the back of the heads that I'm seeing. And I want to do something a little bit different. I want to actually engage the audience with the panel. I learned something. There are some times when people give you the language for something that you've always been doing, but you never gave it a name, right? And so the other day I was at a conference and there was an Aboriginal gentleman and he was talking about the talk back. You know how in Black churches, we talk back to the pastor, right? Well, I didn't know it was called talk back, right? And so I thought, okay, well, we do that, And there's a lot of things that the Aboriginal people do that I'm like, we do that, And there's so much wisdom that is within us as a group that I'm just excited for us to unleash all of that. You do notice the powerful thing that's happening right now, right? You don't notice that we're in a pivotal moment in time where things are being adjusted. Things are being set right. And you do notice that we play a pivotal part in doing that. So I want to start our session, and I want to invite you to have some fun with me. I'm going to invite our panelists to all come on the stage. But I want to talk to you about setting intentions as an important thing that every single one of us have to do every single day. So let me describe to you my morning routine. My eyes open and I go, it's another day. But how do I want to experience this day? So I go, thank you, God, for a brand new opportunity to enjoy life. I want to move through this day with ease and flow. I want to end this day feeling happy and satisfied. I want to go through this day being good to myself and being good to all others. In fact, I want to remember to appreciate all people, all places, and all things, not just Black people, all people. Not just the place I live, but all places in the world, right? Not just the thing that is in my hand, but absolutely everything that there is. And by the way, I want to remember every single nanosecond of today that all things are possible, right? So that's how I begin my day. I get up, I go have some coffee, and then I meditate for 20 minutes, minimum. Because that's like taking a pill. And that pill it's a happy pill that takes you through the day. And so it's a powerful 20 minutes. And sometimes in those times of meditation, I get a message, and then I have to interpret that message and what that means for the rest of the day. And so then I move into a time of deciding exactly what do I want to achieve today? So I list off the 5 things that are most important for me to achieve. And then I ask the question, what do I want God, the universe, the creator, whatever you name it, what do I want God to achieve for me today? And I put that big, bold statement up and I go, all things are possible. No matter what it looks like right now, all things are possible. And by faith, the thing I want will happen, right? So as we begin our time together for this panel, I want to invite you to set an intention, but I'm going to engage you and our panel. So I'd like to invite Jackie and Troy and Dr. Yabom to come up on the stage. All right, beautiful people. We're going to talk back to one another. I just love how Troy did that. Notice I couldn't hop on the stage the way that he just did. I love it, right? We're going to talk back. So Jackie.
Yes.
What does resilience look like to you? And after you've defined what resilience looks like, I'd like you to point to somebody in the audience, some brave soul that you know will also answer the question. And they will tell us what resilience looks like.
Interesting. Okay. Resilience. So I'll give an example of the first quarter of this year for retail. If you're in retail, you're down 40 to 50%, and you didn't lay off your 9 staff, and now you don't know how you're going to pay your labor and your rent, but you don't want to lay them off, because if you lay them off in the summer, you're going to be shedding the biggest tears you've ever shed. Resilience is sticking it out anyways, even though it's the lowest of your low months, because you know the sun is coming and it's going to get brighter. Who should I pick? I'm going to pick Rachel.
Rachel, please.
I'll bring you a mic.
Jackie, I'm here to take notes. I had a feeling, guys. I said to my colleague here, I'm like, ooh, I feel it. What does resilience look like? I think maybe it's moving through the world with courage and grace. So there are a lot of challenges. I think we've heard a lot of that today. Challenges to overcome, challenges to really take in and maybe use as motivational moments. So walking through those challenges with the courage and the confidence to face them head on, but also the grace to allow yourself the growth moments that, again, we've heard about today, about being vulnerable and really allowing yourself those opportunities to perhaps fail, but it's just the first attempt. It's not an actual failure. So I think that's what the resilience is, right? Is going through it with your best intentions, but also if it doesn't work out in the ideal way, trying it again in maybe another way until you reach the success that you're looking for. So that's what I'll say.
So you said 2 words.
I love it. Thank you.
The first one was grace, and the second one was courage. Courage and grace. Thank you. Troy, what does resilience look like to you in any frame that you want to think about it?
Resilience for me in my industry is learning to be okay with your no's on a consistent basis. In my world, it's a lot of auditioning. You're auditioning for songs, you're auditioning for roles, you're auditioning for scripts. But how I learned to deal with that resilience is accepting the no's, learning how to be better, and then creating my own yeses, building my own tables with people, you know what I mean, that I surround myself with. So resilience to me is accepting the no's, refining the no's, and building my own yeses.
Love it. Okay. Accepting the no's, refining, and then trying again. Love it. Would you mind picking someone in the audience who can talk back to you and identify what resilience looks like for them?
Sure, and it's funny because, you know, I'm Jamaican, so we always hear, don't talk back. So this is the opportunity to talk back. I'm gonna choose my brother right there with the lanyard. Yes, you just turned your head, brother. I'm gonna choose you right there. To speak on resilience.
I'm coming. The shyest ones are on this side, and those are the people you choose.
Okay, so I'll give it to you from a, well, tech perspective as a computer science student. Resilience looks like, and I think fellow students would, computer science students would know this as well, is the sleepless nights of just endless trying to fix the bugs that you find in your code, and just, you know, you keep going at it, knowing, you know, I'll just try again. Maybe this time it will work. Okay, it didn't. You go and sleep, and then you wake up at 3 a.m. and say, oh, maybe I can try this. So, you know, it's just that wanting to make it work no matter what. And this is not even kidding. We could go like full days without having a meal. So it's crazy. But yeah, I think that's how I define it.
Fantastic. I love the idea of the bug. And you know how bugs are, right? Like they're small, they're scattering, they're like, you know, they're always escaping just as you turn the lights on, right? And so I love the idea of just persevering, persisting, resting, waking, and then having the answer, and then being able to then refine that in all the ways that it needs to be refined. Love it, love it. Dr. Yabom, how do you define resilience? And then afterwards, choose someone from over here.
Thank you.
Right there with you. I was going to do that anyway. And may I do something slightly differently?
Of course.
On the way in, Candace actually gave me an idea. She said, why don't you bring up, I have a flash fiction collection, which is a short, extra short stories in a book. And she said, why don't you bring that up and maybe read anything that resonates with you? And I was like, sure, I hadn't thought about anything. I hadn't picked anything. And then this conversation. So I'm going to read a piece that pretty much summarizes what we've just heard. And then I'm going to say in a sentence what my definition of resilience is. So if that's okay, I'll read from the flash fiction collection, Destinies. Story 5 is That Hustle. I rubbed my hands down the front of my swerve faux suede jacket as I settled into my seat on the train. I had just spent $100 getting it on sale last week. It was a purchase I immediately regretted when I heard the death knell words, sorry, Mr. Samba, you just aren't the right fit for us. I shook my head to ward off my disbelief and the chills snaking up my spine. I pulled out my phone and checked WhatsApp. My cousin Safi needed money for her daughter's school fees. I had committed to paying schooling for the brilliant little girl with a gift for mathematics. I felt throbs building behind my eyes. I leaned my head back and let the train rock me. Tomorrow, after stocking shelves at the warehouse tonight, I will have to put the damn jacket back on and try again.
That's so powerful. Thank you for that. In your one sentence then?
The technical definition of resilience is to bounce back. But for us Black folk, for me, resilience means not letting anyone and not letting anything steal your dreams.
Who would you like to select from amongst our courageous individuals in this section?
I'm gonna go with you, Vanessa, because I know you're not shy.
Thank you for this opportunity to share my definition, which I am tending to right now, and it's my nervous system. I would define resilience as the capacity for an individual to tend to themselves, to keep themselves in alignment, in health, in your body and your spirit, and to have the comportment to put the damn jacket back on.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Thank you for talking back to us. When we set a goal, and so every morning I encourage you to think about, is there a goal for you to set for today? And when we set a goal, there's certain characteristics to that goal. First of all, the goal must have I and me and my. It must be personal. The goal is usually fairly short. It is in the present moment. So we don't say, I'm going to achieve this in 5 days. We say, it is already now, right? So the 5 days has to play itself out, but what is coming in the 5 days later is already here. And so if you put that into your goal statement, what you're saying is, I believe, right? And if I believe, it must be so. Right? And so what I would want us to do right now is take a look at some goal statements. These are goal statements related to resilience. Here's the first one. Can I push the slide now? Is that?
You can do it. With the clicker, if you click, it should change. Yes.
Okay. When I experience a setback, I recover quickly, right? And that's what everyone here mentioned. I recover from difficulties with renewed strength and determination, right? So it caused me to pause. I might even have fallen, but I'm gonna get up. And as I get up, I am working those muscles and they are becoming stronger, both thought muscles as well as physical muscles, as well as spiritual muscles. And then there's a new determination for the success. There's a new determination to grab hold of that thing that you've been wanting. Finally, I naturally see the gift and the opportunity in adversity, right? We didn't experience the enslavement just so that we can feel sorry for ourselves and then just kind of go on with life. We didn't experience colonization so that we can just complain about it and then, do whatever. There's a purpose in it all. And unless you can find the meaning in it and the purpose in the experience, well, life becomes very difficult. But if you recontextualize an experience and you say, oh, this is what we are supposed to do. We are the peacemakers, and the peacemakers have to experience war, right? You have to have this burning desire for peace in order for peace to come. You have to have this burning desire for justice in order for justice to come, right? And so you have to experience injustice. It's always in opposition. They work in tandem. And so for us to begin to explore how it is that we're going to go into new places, well, if we're going to go into the light, we experience the darkness. So all of these are important. I'd like you to think about each of these statements, A, B, and C, and I'd like you to choose the one that you think speaks most to you. I was going to do the selection for you, but I think you'll know which one it is that you need to focus in on. And then I want to walk you through a very simple activity. And I want to just tell you the context behind the activity, and then we'll come back to our panel. So we have a right and a left hemisphere of the brain. And unless those two are working in tandem together, that is, unless they come into agreement together, then you're working like this, opposing yourself all the time. So the exercise I'm going to show you brings the right and the left hemisphere into agreement. You've heard that statement, if two or three are gathered, right? And if they ask for something, it is so. Well, the two and the three are here, right? Right and left hemisphere. And all you have to do is come into agreement with yourself, and then it makes it possible for you to achieve so much more. And so many of us are in disagreement with ourselves. Our conscious self, the talking part of me, is saying one thing. The part of me that is the underlying motor, the subconscious mind is what we call it, is saying something else. And usually that subconscious mind it's gripped in patterns, it's gripped in habits, that it sometimes just gets stuck in the thoughts and the beliefs that have come out of our traumatic moments. It doesn't allow us to come into agreement with the conscious self. So what we're gonna do today is pull the two together. All right, I'd like you to cross your right ankle over top of your left ankle, just like I have mine here. I am the group. Okay, very good. I'd like you to cross your right wrist over top of your left wrist. Hold it there for a second. I am the group. Okay, very good. Hang on one second. I'm gonna have to give you the instructions verbally and then I'll show you. I should have done it the other way.
I could be your example.
Okay. So what you're gonna do is, as you cross the right wrist over top of the left, you're now gonna have the palms come around and face each other. Thank you. Intertwine the fingers. Drop it in your lap. All right. Remember the statement that you are choosing, because you're gonna close your eyes in a second. But first, I'd like you to just whisper it, because I know some people are, they don't want to be vulnerable, but I'd like you to whisper it out loud 3 times. Say the statement, whatever it is, with your eyes open. And now close your eyes. And now what you're going to do is you're going to silently repeat the goal statement over and over and over again until you feel a shift. Now, if you haven't done this before, the shift, you might not notice it, but you'll feel a bodily response, like a jerk in a certain part of your body, or maybe your entire body will shake. Or you might feel it's a thought, something resisting you, like, oh yeah, you think you're gonna recover quickly? Or some memories. And whatever it is, just continue to repeat the statement until you feel the shift. And when you feel like the shift has happened, you can open your eyes. This can take a little bit. It can take a few seconds. It can take a few minutes. And so we'll allow you to just relax into that. I'm gonna go silent for about a minute. And then slowly, as you feel the need to, you can open your eyes. Very good. I'd like you now seal it. So you're going to put all your fingertips together. You're going to remember the best part of that experience. And then close your eyes one more time, just allowing for the full integration. When I experience a setback, I recover quickly. I recover from difficulties with renewed strength and determination. I naturally see the gifts and the opportunities in adversity. And when you're ready, you can come back to the room. Can I have 2 people talk about what that experience was like for them? One from the panel, one from the audience. Troy?
So that was powerful. And it's interesting because I went with one and then I changed it because I wanted to shift to where I want to be.
Nice.
So that was something that I took from that. So, faith in the future, just speaking words over myself. So that's what was good for me.
Very nice. Anyone from the audience want to share?
She wants to share. She's upstairs. I'm just gonna have to
share.
Walk. Yeah.
Oh, she don't need a mic.
It's just hard to see.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. I think I'm starting to realize that we feel things in different bodies.
Yeah.
And when I say we, I mean Black people, people of color. We feel things with depth. We feel things. I can feel something in my physical body and simultaneously feel something in my spiritual body, and they might be opposing. When I did this, my ego didn't want me to go there. It's almost like I wanted to treat it like something funny. And then once that moment subsided and I was able, and I think that the time that you gave us was more than suffice, because I needed time to, I needed time for my ego to die, to allow myself to have the experience of accepting that adversity can be both a gift and an opportunity, that there are, in actuality, light and darkness at the same time. I think my ego oftentimes won't allow me to accept that adversity is necessary. So this experience taught me that in order for me to be vulnerable, I have to relinquish my ego, which requires vulnerability, which oftentimes requires space and time. And that has made me realize that healing also requires space and time. And it's a lot easier, I've noticed, to heal when you have the power of collective gathering. So I'm grateful for this moment. Thank you.
I'm grateful for you. And I'm thankful for the way that you express that, because the ego is born out of the need to keep everything the same. That's its primary message. Keep it all the same, right? So wherever you've been, whatever you've experienced, whatever is happening right now, if you want something more, well, whatever you have to do in order to get there is going to have to change. But the ego is going to say, no, keep it the same, go back to where you are right now, right? And so just watch out for that as you do this particular activity. Try it with other goals that you might develop. Notice that here, when I is present, so it's I and me or my, experience a setback, that's the thing that I'm experiencing, I recover quickly, right? So that's where I am. I'm always constantly in a state of recovery. Speaking of recovery, Dr. Yabom, talk to us about your life purpose, how you discovered it and came to understand it, and how it connects you now with the things that you do, both in business as well as your daily life.
Just a small question.
Just a
yeah,
tiny,
thank
just
you.
a tiny
little one.
A tiny question.
So I would say I am still becoming, so I'm still discovering. In this moment today and for some time, I have described my purpose as inspiring leadership action so that the people and groups and communities that I serve might be transformed. And how I came to that has to do with the importance that I put on this idea of transformation. This idea that actually I don't believe that resilience is enough. I think, and I deliberately use the technical definition of resilience as bouncing back. And I describe transformation as bouncing forward. So we need resilience. It is when things happen, traumatic events, whatever the case may be, that reduce our level of psychological functioning in one way or the other. I loved that get a grip on myself, right? And we know this, right? We use language like get a grip because we're unmoored, we're shaken. But that ability to bounce back, it's necessary, but it's not sufficient for growth and transformation. And I think what happened for me is coming out of significant adversities. I think you've mentioned, and we all know as Black community, just the things we've had to contend with as a community that has us often constantly in a state of trauma. And the present day repercussions and impacts of that. We talk a lot about generational trauma, and for me, I'm also someone that came out of the experience of civil war and armed conflict, that there's a direct line to the colonization. And actually, my family's from Freetown, Sierra Leone, which I like to call the first experiment in Black diversity post the enslavement era. A community that had indigenous West Africans, freed and repatriated folks that were enslaved. So just think about my name, Yabom Gilpin Jackson. Tells you everything about that history. And so married into a family that was previously enslaved, Yabom indigenous West African Sierra Leonean, specifically from the Timni peoples. And then there were people from the Caribbean, the Jamaican Maroons. There were people from Black loyalists, Nova Scotians. First experiment in Black diversity. So long and short, the Civil War might have been called all the things that was called, had a lot to do with resource drain, had a lot to do with the economic impacts that are direct lines to all of that history. So I arrived here and I joke that I'm that kid that was going to uni and I was expecting the talk that all my sisters got, the usual one about how you conduct yourself when you go into the world. And I got the, please control yourself and don't go like rage on people and get in trouble and end up in disciplinary committees. Because I always had a lot of, I'll just call it as a
fight power.
Somebody, yes, I'm fight, I'm not flight, right? I'm definitely fight. And so I always had that. And then coming out of that experience, landed here because I have Canadian-born siblings that were able to privately sponsor me in that time. I just had a lot of that fire because of the narrative of continued traumatization, etc. Even as someone that came out of that experience, just the assumptions that were placed on me, the kinds of questions I was asked, just again, the assumptions that because I come from Sierra Leone and had had that Civil War experience, I must only be grateful to be here. I must only be broken and in recovery. And then I started looking around at all the people I know that are amazing, that have had all like those recent and other kinds of traumatic experiences that were leaders in their communities. And so I decided to do my PhD research specifically on what's the process that leaders identified from their communities as transformational? What's the process that they go through in spite of, and maybe because of, the adversity that they had gone through? And through that journey, I decided, I learned from those folks amazing things. And in particular, this idea that when we center and ground ourselves in purpose, and name that purpose and focus on that, guided by our stories, that we are able to take more leadership action than not. Otherwise, we let other people's stories define us.
Wow. Wow. I love that last line, the defining of ourselves and the interpretation of self within the context of how other people define us, or the resistance to that, right? Because that's part of the process as well. Thank you. Troy, what sequence of events motivated you to leave full-time work or the security of and start a business on your own?
So this question is very tricky, and I guess I get to be truthful in front of all these guests here, and I also get to be myself. Being an entrepreneur is definitely not easy, as we all know, and the space that I'm in, being a filmmaker, director, actor, writer, it's all creative. There's no dollars that are promised. If I don't do a play, I'm not selling tickets. Yeah. We get grants for films that will just, Toronto doesn't have a form of distribution for these things, so as much as I'm creating and outputting, there's not a lot of income coming in. So I've been blessed to have an opportunity. A lot of people don't even know this about me, and I'm just telling people in this room. I've been in tech for like 17 years. I work for a large IT company, and I've been full-time remote for like 10 years. So I call them my investor. They've been investing in my dreams this whole time. Because somebody told me one time, a director told me, we don't have the luxury of doing one thing, and in my industry, I can't just, I have 2 children to feed, a family, a wife, the whole shebang. So it's just like, I can't just rely on this thing at this time, but I know that God's going to provide the way for right now until I can just do it full time. So as an entrepreneur, I got to juggle, and I got to hustle, and that's where I'm from. Say my mom worked 10 jobs, and that's just a part of my blood.
Yeah, lovely. So sometimes you have to do both, right? Sometimes you have to start the business on the side of the desk and then slowly move into it. And then sometimes you got to leap when there are those opportunities that come. And then what you will find is at just the right time, when you need to be kicked out, they fire you, right? Because that's an opportunity for you to then just sail right into the place that you've been a little bit chicken or scared to enter. So again, when we look at that last one, I naturally see the gift and the opportunity in adversity. When those moments come where the door is closing, just ask the question, what's the next door that's going to open, right? It's really essential that we recontextualize the experiences that we're having in the everyday. Jackie. Business is shaped and formed around competition and dominating territories, right? And how should we do this different? You are heading up the BEBC, you are in all kinds of different spaces, you are now a leader in these territories, and you're starting that movement that's going to get us, in the collective will, let's say it that way. So how do we now do this different? How do we humanize business? How do we, the collective we, now begin to shape business and orient it differently?
Wow, seriously? Thank you. That's a hard question. How do we do business differently? I'm still trying to figure that out because I think it changes as you go in. I used to be in the corporate world, as many of you know, and I wanted to be out of it so bad. Circumstances made it possible for me to then go into doing my business, which is what I wanted. But I wanted to do business that made a difference. And so I went into social enterprise, which is what I do. So I have a fair trade store. I create products from recycled doorknobs and shower heads, and I recycle all the Salvation Army stuff that gets donated here and gets dumped in Africa. I add African fabric on it and I bring it back over here. And I'm like, here, so it doesn't go into the landfill. So I went into business that gives back, that makes a difference in terms of building other entrepreneurs that are coming onto it, but that it's good for the environment. So I thought that was my way of doing different. But that's difficult to do. Every business can't do that. And so how do we do different, but maybe look at ESG goals? So there's something that is going on here in the West where all companies are like, we want to be socially responsible and environmentally possible to do all of these things. And so they're open to do business with people in the community that can respond to that need. And so as part of BEBC, I get to tell people this is how you can do different. If you produce products or you do a service that helps with the environmental goals for these large organizations, they're ready to do business with you because then they can pat themselves on the back and say, we ticked our ESG goals. And so how do we do business different is by me finding out opportunities like those and then bringing them back to the community and going, what are you doing? Can you make, I don't know, a big desk out of recycled iron and sell it to the hotels? Because then they can mark themselves as having bought product that is ESG goals and stuff like that. So it's difficult to see in the world we live in right now how to do the business differently, but we can have a value that we can respond to. Do we want to be good to the earth? Do we want to do business that supports people in the community and build them up? Or do you want to do business that gives back? And that's how we do it differently. But I will say, in the Black community, we do a lot of that. We try to pull from doing better, and then we struggle so much from the side. So how do we do it smarter? So that we're doing good, but we're doing smarter, so that we're able to not be languishing back there and having to do 10 different side hustles, which I need. All of us need some side hustles to be able to meet what we're trying to do as a group, right? So it's how do we do it differently, better, but how do we do it smarter so we're not struggling so much? So that Gabom has done fantastic things and doesn't have to be doing a side hustle of this stuff. Like Troy is doing fantastic things and he still needs to work in IT to be able to make the rest of it work. How do we find opportunities that can grow us from where we are, the levels we are in our businesses, to bring us to a place where we're not having to hustle anymore? We're not having to have these many different hustles anymore, that we've built our businesses, and our businesses are actually helping us build a legacy, and the legacy is going to be left for the ones coming in the future. So I'm trying. I still don't know the answer.
Very good. I'd like the audience to talk back because, you know, the previous panel, one of the things that was emphasized over and over and over again was the need to pool our resources and our talents and to begin to do that different. There's also the question of, you know, how do you do good with very little resources? So if you are the poorest community across the globe, not just in Canada, but the Black community, the Afro-descendant community, the melanated community are the poorest people in the world. So what I've noticed is that we always want to do good. That's present with us. I think it's just part of our makeup. I think it's something also ancestral and something that is a strength. But then at the same time, if you have so little, how do you actually then come together in a way that then works for everyone? How do we then do this a little bit different so that we're not the poor trying to feed the poor? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like at some point you have to acknowledge the limitations and the resources and then begin to think about that, doing that piece a little bit different. Any thoughts from the audience? I'd love to engage you one more time and have you talk back to us. There's one person in the yellow up in the corner and one person over at this end.
Mike is coming.
And one person over here. Okay,
right there.
3.
Yes, I'm coming. I'm here. Oh, okay, perfect.
It's on, Asha.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah.
Is this on?
Go ahead.
So the word poor, I kind of like, I had this feeling that just pulled, and it's not a fact. It's not the truth. I think defining and redefining who we are is one thing. And so I'm also a small business owner, and my best years was the best year because I sold everybody else's products. And so that means to me, I come from Kenya and Toronto, and I saw richness. So we have rich in culture. Looking at Kasandi, you have products of African diaspora, and we've always looked at sustainability to do good, but it's literally embedded in culture. I think the shift from that last panel to this is we need to reshift the thought of who we are and how we see ourselves as not having enough, letting go of that ego and actually just saying, I have this and you have this and you have this. Why don't we do it this way?
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be 100% collaborative, but I think until we make that shift, we're always gonna see ourselves as having less than.
Right. So you think for the next person who's responding, could you respond to what has been said over here and then also add on to what it is? There's
Propel on the side.
There's one person on
Oh, I'm coming.
on the left and then on the right. So we'll go this direction.
Hi. So I don't know that I can respond to her quite well, but I think I can add to what she said.
Sure.
So when I tell people my life story, I hear that everybody's comment is like, "Oh my God, you're resilient. Oh, you're so bold." So I'm quite used to those adjectives, and I love that. I used to love that at least. And when I post my thing on my Instagram, I used to also use hashtag resilient and whatnot. But somebody posted something that messed up my head. And my question was, right? Can resilience be a bad word? So, okay, I'm gonna read it. I dream of never being called resilient again in my life. I'm exhausted by strength. I want support. I want softness. I want ease. I want to be amongst kin, not patted on the back for how well I take a hit or for how many, right? So I was gonna ask you this, but while I was contemplating on that, oh my God, I'm getting so emotional. I think
Yeah, let's pause for a moment, right? Because that was rich and thick. There's a lot that's there, a lot of desires as well that are there. Did you want to finish first and then Dr. Yabam is gonna?
Yes, so you know what, when I was thinking about this question, I sort of I think answered myself at least partly, because when I talk to many other people, and I think it's been the theme since morning, that I think we talk about so many things in our communities, but we're not very united. We do not build legacies as other communities. We do not really come together to build something that's sustainable for generations. So in my answering myself, I say, you know what? I'm resilient now, but I don't want to be resilient for 50 years. I want to rest, and I don't have kids yet, but I have a niece. My niece will fall, maybe 10 years from now, she'll be falling, but where I fall, I want to be putting cushions so that when she falls where I fell, her hits are softer. And I hope that the people who I'm trailing behind, you sell things from Kenya, I sell things from Kenya, you sell things from Kenya. So I feel supported, and I feel like I'm not supposed to be taking the hits. I mean, if I'm in this community, right? I'm not supposed to be taking the hits that you've taken. I'm supposed to be at least cushioned and supported. So that's my hope, and I hope that after this, we all get united to build better, softer resilience.
before we go on to the next person.
Yes, we have another person here.
Yep. Dr. Yabam is going to respond
Okay.
to that one.
I'm gonna sit down until she responds, and then we can go to the next person.
I won't take long. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. That was beautiful. And I asked to respond only because I mentioned doing work and thinking a lot about the difference between resilience and transformation. And to be clear for Black community, resilience can be a trope. Resilience can be a way that Black peoples, especially Black women, are dehumanized, right? Like you can take it, so we'll keep giving it, right? And so it can have that shadow. In all of these things, I will always say to folks, but what do you want for your life, right? Which is why I'm glad that you ended with wanting, the way you've reframed it for yourself, wanting to build softness and legacy. And those are admirable goals. So do that, do you. Don't let other people's definition of resilience be the thing that stops you, right? And so in that same way for all of us, it's like, what do we want for our lives? At this point, honestly, I don't care if somebody calls me resilient. That's their story, right? Like my story, I'm doing me. I'm doing what I think I need to do in alignment with the purpose that I have to support communities, to transform their thinking, their being, and the work they do in the world. I'm gonna do that. And if sometimes you look at me and you think, oh, you're doing so much, you're so resilient, that's your story. What's my story? That's what I care about.
Yeah. Wonderful. Yes.
I was going back to the comment about poverty or being poor.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I've been in business for like 25 years, but I'm a financial advisor. And so I see it on people's face. You'll meet someone and they'll just say, I'm not good with money. And then I'll stop and I'll look at them and I'll be like, how's that going for you? What are we doing? So I think sometimes we just count ourselves out. We'll walk into an institution that doesn't look like us and we'll be shuffled aside, but that's not stopping us from asking questions. It doesn't hinder us. It doesn't block our voice, but we feel blocked. And I think that's it. It's not about poor and not poor. It's about how we feel about ourselves. And I think if we go into this situation already feeling like that, it is so hard to realize that we have the same voice. And so I think with a little bit of knowledge, it allows people to ask questions so that at least they can start the conversation.
Fantastic. Thank you for that.
We have another.
Yeah, we have one person over here.
I know that I'm the one who takes care of time, so I'm just gonna be mindful.
Yes.
After you, it's gonna be him, and we might just jump back to the panel.
Yes.
I don't know where Jockey is, and I want to start. Yeah, I want us to set and say, "Modomo irodare wikarire." What does that mean? I feel like a Black person has no home. And why do I say that? When we're in North America, so I come from Kenya, we long for home. Kenya is the home. When we're in North America, we long for home. And everyone who is in Kenya or in other parts of the world, what are they longing for? To come to North America.
Yeah.
And that's actually where our poverty is. Our poverty has nothing to do with what we have. We have a lot.
Yes.
We own a lot. If it's not resources, we have a good, lovely culture. So when I hear the word poverty, we actually narrate it ourselves. And I think we said, for example, the Black people are the poorest. But that's a mentality that is actually, it's been told to us.
Yes.
We've believed it.
Yes.
And because we believe it, then we behave the way that she was explaining. So when I come in, I'm already feeling disempowered. And so I feel that the biggest thing we have to do is to talk to ourselves. So I'll give you an example. So you go into and very quickly, my mother-in-law, when she was here, we were going camping. And so we wanted to go camping and we were trying to persuade her to take us camping. And she said, I'm not going to go. Do you go there camping? I'm not going to go to camping. Because she said, my life is camping. My life is camping. So look at how we have been brainwashed so that I can work for 12 months in a year to save up to go camping. When the white person comes to my mother-in-law's house, where she eats organic, leaves camping 12 months a year, you say, oh my gosh, she's so poor. So I'm just saying that there's a definition we need to define in our minds about what is poverty. Look at how you're dressed. There's a time you would not have dressed that way. There's a time I couldn't wear my hair like this. So when you think about it, so what are we doing? We put on the wig because we think that's what is acceptable, and we put on makeup and we do all sorts of things to not look poor rather than embracing ourselves. And I think that is another aspect that affects us because we define poverty in other people's ways and then we've believed it.
Thank you for that. I am seeing that on our timer, we just have 3 minutes to go. You'll give back the time?
Peter is giving it back. Wow.
Jackie, I'd like to start with you. In a half a minute, what are you trying to build? And what's the one thing you need right now to ensure your success for the future?
I am trying to build a cohesive Black community. And if I could get one favor from all of us, is to commit to doing that.
We're in. Troy, what are you trying to build? And what's the one thing you need in order to be successful in the future?
I'm trying to build a global production company as big as Tyler Perry's to support Blacks, people who look like me, give them jobs and opportunities. And the one thing that I need, other than $1 trillion, is just prayer.
All right, send your good vibrations on over there and just ensure Troy's success. All it takes is a thought, right? Our thoughts are what we use to create reality. So just by us being in a room together and all of us thinking, Jackie has just said something, we come into full agreement with her. She has spoken the thing that she wants, and we want it for her, and we want it for us. So we come into complete and full agreement with Jackie. We come into full and complete agreement with Troy, and we know it is already so. Dr. Yabam, what are you trying to build, and what's the one thing you need right now to ensure your success?
A community of, a continued community of powerful leaders who do all the things you've already said, who think, and do differently so that we can go from strength to strength and from power to power systemically as a community. That's what I'm interested in. And what I need right now is for everybody, as today ends, to leave this place. I started by saying my purpose is to inspire leadership action. So honestly, I don't care if we've been inspired by these conversations. I care that each of you leave this place and do something with the things that you've heard today. So what I need is for everybody in this room to grab that dream that needs that one action, that phone call, that research, that thing that you haven't done. Please leave here today and do that. That will make me know that you are all in agreement with me, and I don't have to see it. I just have to know that you are committed to doing that. That's what I want.
Very good, very good, very good. All right, we have come to the end of our session, folks. I want to thank you for your participation. I hope you enjoyed this session along with the wisdom that was displayed by all of the members in the audience. So thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Dr. Jabam.
Thank you so much. Wasn't this?
Thanks, everybody.
Wasn't this something else? Wasn't this something else? Did we experience something else? Yes, we did. Thank you, Dr. Joan. Yes, as you can see, we do have, she's showing her book because we're raffling two of her books, 3 of her books, and 3 of Dr. Yaboam's books too. So anybody who bought some raffle tickets, please pull them out because you might win something right now.
Black family. Thank you. It's dedicated to the Black family, and it is a 40-day forgiveness journal. So if you're interested in healing work, this is the journal for you. It has a number of different components that are embedded in my own practice. I developed something called the Becoming Method. And actually this fall, we're accepting our first cohort of about 150 nurses, allied health professionals, peer supporters, coaches, you name it, whoever wants to be a trauma recovery specialist, we will teach them how to do that in an Afrocentric perspective. So some of that work is embedded in here. And so let's choose.
Drum roll. You could do it. Yes, amazing. It's number 5466017. Anybody here? It's the name in the back. The name in the back. Whitaker. Seth Whitaker. Come and grab your book, Seth. Come and grab your book. Yes. We have a second one to choose while Seth is heading our way.
Oh, name is on the back.
Jen Kirpin. Jen Kirpin. Yes. Amazing. You can give it to her right away. Congratulations, Jen. Thank you. Congratulations, Seth. Thank you. Amazing. Last but not least, Troy Pert. Troy Pert, come on. Is Dr. Yaboam's here? Yes, Dr. Yaboam, you can come up to pick your 3 books because we do have 3 winners for you too. Congrats, Troy. Congrats. You can go behind. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joan. So Dr. Yaboam is gonna come and share 3 of her books this time. I have 2 microphones, I don't know why. I'll give you one just to make sure. So your books, can you talk to us about them so that we know what you're gonna be giving away?
Yeah, so very quickly, these are actually anthologies that I co-edited with 2 colleagues. It's in a series called We Will Lead Africa. And this is leaders on or off the continent that are focused on taking action for progress of Black and African peoples on and off the continent. It includes a ton of entrepreneurs and leaders from every sector. So there's 3 volumes. One, the first one, We Will Lead Africa. The second one, We Will Lead Africa Women. And the third one, We Will Lead Africa Griots, emerging leaders who are just doing wonderful things in the world.
Okay, so this is serious. Drum roll, please. So the first one, whoops.
Nanette.
Nanette
Nanette
Sene.
Sene.
Oh, she's one of the Black Pitch contestants. I don't see her in the room, but we'll make sure she gets her
So
book.
she gets volume 1.
Yes, we can pick the second person.
Yes, let's do it. And the second book, We Will Lead Africa Women.
Oh,
there
it's
is
only
no
a
name.
number. It's okay.
Shall
it's
I
okay.
try the number?
It's 5466013. 013. It's the moment where I say 013 once. 013 twice. 013 3 times. Sorry.
I know, right?
Yes, so you can give it to me. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's take.
Rosa Alcantara.
Oh,
You get volume 2
on women.
Lead Africa Women.
Yes, bravo.
Oh, this is my favorite. Women leaders all over the continent. Amazing humans.
Yes, amazing. Oh, she's coming on stage.
Coming, yes.
You can pick up the last one.
Yeah.
During, sorry.
Okay.
You can pick up
While
the
I'm
last
waiting.
one. Yes.
Yes,
This is
go
for you,
ahead.
my dear. Congrats.
And Griot Volume, Jen Kirpin.
Well, it's
Jack?
not, she bought many raffle tickets. What do you want me to tell you? Congratulations.
Fantastic.
I truly believe that those things come to the
Awesome.
people who need it the most. So
Congrats.
I think that something's happening. Thank you so much. Okay, perfect. So Dr. Yerboom is gonna come and see you. There's a little picture that needs to be taken, and obviously, she might sign and do a special, word for you in there. So there's somebody who told me right before I came on stage that there's a special guest. Like, I feel I got confirmation that a special guest is joining us to say a few words. Jackie, would you mind coming on stage to introduce them, please?
Hey guys, we have a really special guest today, and I'm really, really pleased to introduce our BC Premier, David Eby. He has made time to come and visit with us and welcome you to Vancouver for the first ever Black Business Summit. Everybody online, thank you for waiting with us. We're very pleased for that, and really good to meet you, BC Premier, and thank you so much for coming to welcome everybody to Vancouver. So I'll give it to you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I was sitting up there. I was like, who's the special guest? I'm so excited. I must be after that person. Thank you for having me. I was really honored to be invited to the summit, and just wanted to come and say thank you to the organizers for pulling everyone together. Thank you to the entrepreneurs who are here, who are building companies in British Columbia. And thank you for inspiring those who are thinking about doing that. On my way here, I was thinking about, I was out in Cloverdale, and I met this guy, Tobias, who runs a place called Tommy's Jerk Chicken. This is an amazing grassroots business. He does a great business, and I was fortunate enough to bring some of his chicken home, and I was a big hit that night. But here's a guy who doesn't let anything get in his way in setting up his business. And there was a lineup of people to buy his amazing product. And it was a real low overhead operation. It was him, it was the barbecues, it was the chicken, and it was his staff helping serve. And it is why in British Columbia, a third of our gross domestic product is small business. It's people like Tobias, just getting going, just setting up his own thing and getting rolling. And it's a Black-owned business that's successful. And his chicken is one of a kind, but the small business model isn't. Here in BC, 90% of the businesses in the province are small businesses. And I know it's a challenging time out there for a lot of people. We have global inflation driving up costs, high interest rates. Feels like a really difficult time to be thinking about starting a business. It's certainly a challenging time to be running one in a lot of different parts of the world, including in British Columbia. But it's actually a time of really remarkable opportunity as well. Here in BC, how many people are from BC, just so I have context of, okay, good. Hi, everybody, potential voters. Talking to you. There is an election coming up. Here in BC, we're proud of what we've done. We have the fastest growing economy since 2017, when we formed government, of any of the big provinces. Fastest growing economy post-pandemic as well. fastest growing number of women in the workforce because of our childcare program. People know that their kids are going to be supported and looked after and they can afford it. They're starting businesses, they're getting out there. And we added more jobs than any other province last month, 20,000 jobs. And it's, you can see that that is happening despite all of these huge pressures that are causing a lot of challenge for people. And those pressures are, we hope, abating a little bit. Interest rates, we hope, are going to start coming down. Supply chains, we hope, are easing. And depending on which sector you're in British Columbia, the opportunities are amazing. So if you're in tourism, arts, culture, we've got FIFA coming, Grey Cup, Invictus Games. We set a record for cruise ships last year. We're going to set a record for cruise ships this year. Tourism is off the charts in British Columbia right now. If you're in sciences, our life sciences sector is nationally profiled as the fastest growing in Canada, one of the fastest in North America. If you're in tech, the Greater Vancouver region had more tech startup exits, the highest value of tech startup exits of 20 different comparable metro regions around the world. Our tech sector is crazy right now. There are so many opportunities in this province, and I'm so glad that you are out there as entrepreneurs taking advantage of that. And as a province, we are committed to making sure that this is a place that prioritizes in a global tide of intolerance and hate, that this, British Columbia, stays a place where everybody belongs and where everybody is welcome. And I know that this room knows the realities of racism and what it looks like, and how systems can be set up in a way that exclude and marginalize people. And we have partnered with organizations that advocate for Black British Columbians, as well as many other groups in the province, to design anti-racism laws in our province so that we can identify these issues as a government within our own systems to make sure that we address them proactively. So we just passed the Anti-Racism Data Act, which enables us, and because we know the sensitivity and how data has been used in different ways to keep people down, that the data is governed and managed by the communities themselves to make sure that government's able to identify how our systems are preventing people from accessing different opportunities. Who is not being served? Who's not being welcomed? How are we not reaching certain populations? And we're able to address that. And I know that's a core commitment of all of you here as well as Black entrepreneurs. And I want to thank you for that work. You got a government that's here to partner with you on those things. Third lowest small business tax rate in Canada. We just got rid of the employer's health tax for businesses with payrolls under $1 million in British Columbia. That's 90% of businesses. In this budget, rebate on your BC Hydro up to $400, rebate on your ICBC if you have vehicles in your business, $100 per. There is an election coming. Did I mention that part? We're here to partner with business and support business and make sure you're successful. Thanks for having me. I didn't want to suck up a huge amount of your time on Friday afternoon. I just wanted to say thanks for doing the good work, and thanks very much for inviting me. It was an honor to join you this afternoon. Thank you.
There's another round of applause for BC Premier and the good work that is being done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
He's going to be outside so we can mingle and say hello and get introduced to our Premier. It's amazing that he made time to come and meet with us today. Okay, over back to you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. You can grab. Excellent. So we're almost done here. And we saved some specific time so you can actually mingle for real, like getting to know each other. You know how we were talking about breaking bread earlier today, right? Really saving time to know someone before deciding, are they cool or not? Are they kind or not? Really getting to know them. So we saved up some time today, this afternoon, for that and the networking session. However, right before we jump in to that, we have our partner, Futurepreneur, who is coming to share a little bit on who they are. Everyone, please help me welcome She's going to join us online. Tamara Chanoine, Director of Black Entrepreneurs at Futurepreneur. Hi, Tamara from Montreal, eh? Are you?
Yes, hi, Marina.
Hi, so
Hi.
happy to have you here. Thanks for
Thank
joining.
you. Thank you for having me. Awesome. Thank you, Marina. Apologies, I could not be present in person. I've been following through the day. The discussions are great. It always feels good to, get together and connect in person and exchange our experiences, exchange the challenges that we have. And I feel that by connecting together, it makes it a bit less of a lonely journey. So good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, BEBC for the invitation to the Black Business Summit. Thank you, Jackie and team, for your leadership and for organizing this amazing summit that allows us to keep connecting and exchanging. So I'm Tamara. I lead the Black Entrepreneur Startup Program at Futurepreneur. The Black Entrepreneur Startup Program has just entered its 4th year. The goal is definitely to support Black entrepreneurs in starting their business and to also grow their business. We're in a time more and more, it's important for us to scale, and we're definitely here to help out our entrepreneurs. So in a nutshell, the program, you can come through the program. We support young entrepreneurs between the ages of 18 and 39. The first time you come through our doors, you could be eligible for up to $60,000 in a loan. There's mentorship also, one-on-one mentorship. You can access resources, business plan, cash flow statement. We've just started developing programs for entrepreneurs before disbursement and post disbursement as we want to support you through the journey. So we're very excited for that. A lot of networking opportunities to engage with other fellow entrepreneurs, to engage with leaders from the community. And we're also, the bonus for the Black Entrepreneur Startup Program is that we're the only program within Futurepreneur to offer an additional $40,000 2 years after you started your business. So again, in this mindset of growth and scaling your business. That's it. So I wanted to keep it short and sweet. I don't want to be the reason between you guys networking and a cocktail. So thank you again, Jackie. Thank you, Marina. And enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Tamara et moi, on habite à Montréal. Jo Jagger represent. I'm so happy that she's here. Really grateful. And also know that I had the pleasure to meet, because in my past life, I worked for one of our sponsors today, the Business Development Bank of Canada, and Futurepreneur and BDC have a very strong relationship, and we know how impactful they are for startups and businesses that really in those first years, it can be hard. So mentorship and money is always good. So thank you so much for what you do and continue the great work. Really appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
So as we go along, I just want everybody to pull out their phones. Everybody, take your phone, please. Online, same. Prenez vos téléphones, s'il vous plaît, et joignez-vous à moi. This is a very important slide. So as we jump into the networking part of this event, all of us, obviously, we spend a lot of time doing a bunch of things and not necessarily getting to know each other. And the BEC wants to know you on a deeper level. So they prepared a survey that they want you to fill out, and we're partnering with them in order to get you that survey. That's why I would love for you all to scan the code, go to that website, take a few minutes. Whoops, sorry, I'm gonna get out of your way. So take a few minutes to scan, and it's gonna help them fill it up. And simply you have to scan the code on the screen And for people online, Andrea can post the link in the chat, as she probably already done. So everybody has okay, everybody's on their phone. Yes, love it. For once, I'm asking to pull up your phone. Isn't that great? Like, really, thank you. So I can slide on the next slide, yes, because it's time for networking. Le moment est venu pour moi d'introduire le dernier acte, the last act of the day. Et c'est le temps pour moi de vous donner le temps de réseauter. To take time for networking is to create opportunities for yourself and your business. People who have received an invitation for the supplier diversity matchmaking, please make your way to room A1010 outside. It's going to be indicated room A1010 breakout room. So there's a clear sign saying this. And for everyone else, if you haven't received that invite, you stay right where you are, because we have two people from the BBC's team who are going to come on stage, and people online, you're going to have a specific breakout room also on a Zoom where you're going to have an animated networking session right where you are. Like, the team is going to do that with you. I find this to be great. I'm going to participate too, so you can get to know me, because I'm fun, right? So they're going to come up. We're going to close the live stream so we can say bye to everybody online. Bye, everybody online. Bye, everybody online. And as it's the end, I need to thank the people who make us here, who actually make it possible for us to be here. Donc, le premier jour du sommet d'affaires noires en partenariat avec le Canadian Association of Urban Financial Professionals et le Canadian Association of Black Lawyers se déroule en ce moment et se termine le premier jour. Only the first day is done today. This year's Black Business Summit was sponsored by the Black Opportunity Fund, the Pacific Economic Development Canada, TD Bank, BDC, RBC, NRF, CABL, TELUS, SFU, Vancouver Foundation, NBC, and Innovate BC. We would sincerely like to thank them for supporting us this year. As it's the end, I also want to tell you that tomorrow we are back at it in full swing. I'll be more energetic tomorrow because we'll be more in the room. And I really want you to understand that this is for you. So tomorrow, questions, tomorrow, open heart, tomorrow, some dancing, tomorrow, some singing. Who knows what might happen? Look at today. Who knew it would be so nice, right? Right? Yeah. I expected it to be nice because I was here, but you know, I don't know for you. And please don't forget to bring back your lanyards, because we're going to keep being ecological and sustainable and keeping those lanyards. So thank you for attending day one. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Yay!